Respected Principal of Sinhgad College of Commerce, Chandivali, Mumbai, may I start the conference?
Yes, sir. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Dear resource person, participants of the conference, respected trustees, respected principal, Dr. Hemdev, madam, and all staff of Sinhgad College of Commerce, Chandivali, Mumbai, located at Chandivali, Mumbai, Maharashtra, India. Today, 27 February 2022, we have come together here for one-day international multidisciplinary conference on research methodology in social sciences, pure sciences, management, library sciences, commerce, home sciences, sports sciences, engineering, technology in higher education system in India. I would like to announce that here, Sinhgad College of Commerce, Chandivali, Mumbai, organized one-day international multidisciplinary conference have got the bigger success because of more than 223 plus participation have been participated in this conference to getting the huge success of the today's conference. First, I would like to thank all participants for your love, trust, and participation for International Conference of Sinhgad College, Chandivali, Mumbai, and Shri Waghmare Brothers, Private Event Management Company Limited, media and publicity partner in India and abroad. Approximately 23 abroad and 200 Indian researchers, scientists, professors, readers, vice chancellors, police commissioners of different states of India have been participation in our today's conference. Actually, PhD scholars, so many industrialists are actively participation in today's international conference. Actually, this conference is purely useful for the purpose of career advancement scheme, API, and for the fulfillment of the PhD research scholar for fulfillment of the UGC criteria of 2 national and 2 international conferences, paper presentation, reading and presentation research paper in publication. Respected principal, Hemdev madam, and entire team, teaching, non-teaching staff have trusted on our NGO for media and publicity partner, marketing of international event, today's international events, for marketing and entire team. Especially, I would like to thank the trustee and Saket Khan sir for giving the opportunity to make and conduct the international conference successful. Saket sir and the team already have made some agreements with our NGO and our event management company for making the successful marketing of the said conference. The conference will start with our national anthem, Jana Gana Man. I would like to request all participants, college trustees, principals, teaching, non-teaching staff, please stand up for our national anthem, Jana Gana Man. Please stand up. Thank you. Please sit down. Thank you. Please sit down. When we just listen the national anthem of India, we get the inspiration, as well as we are the professor in different type of the universities and colleges. It is our duty to make the higher education system very strong and betterment to the national all activities, educational activities. Therefore, they're trying with the endeavor for making the strong educational facilities and provide the best platform for reading the PPT of the research papers. I would like to hand over this session, respected Principal Dr. Ritika Hemdev Madam, to continue, as well as Khan sir. I would like to hand over this session. Khan sir, please continue, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Ritika ma'am, I think you can take a charge.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good morning, dear dignitaries, participants, and resource people. It gives me immense pleasure to have you all here today. On behalf of the students, staff, and management of Sinhgad College of Commerce, I would like to welcome you all to this one-day international conference on research methodologies and all the trends in commerce, management, etc. It is indeed a very special day for us, as it is our first ever international conference. At first, a little about our institution. We are a part of the prestigious Sinhgad institutes spread all over Maharashtra, and we have a presence to reckon with. We have 12 campuses, 7,000 plus employees, 85 institutions, and 70,000 plus students. Every institution is duly recognized by the required body, and we have a state-of-the-art infrastructure. We are a part of the Shri Yashwantrao Chavan Shikshak Prasarak Mandal, which was established in the year 1985 with an objective of providing quality education in India. In the Mumbai campus, there are 6 institutions under our aegis. Sinhgad College of Commerce essentially was established in the year 2008 under the Mumbai University, and we are giving 2 undergrad courses, BCom and BMS. Now, why this conference? COVID has brought about a 360-degree change in all the arenas of our life, and I must say that all teachers have done a commendable job. We've adapted really well, and we've understood the term change is the only constant in the truest sense. Our intention is purely to get insights from researchers from various fields who will help us with their contributions and give suggestions, and hopefully in this post-COVID world. Once again, it's a privilege for me to be here, and I'm not going to take much of your time as we have a huge, we have about 225 odd participants, and I think it's fair to give everybody a chance to speak. I'm handing over to Shivani. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Happy sunny Sunday to everybody, and thank you, Waghmare sir. So to begin, I would like to introduce you to Dr. Abhijit Kelkar. Do we have Dr. Abhijit Kelkar with us amongst you? Okay, yeah. So we have Dr. Abhijit Kelkar. He's the Associate Professor and In-Charge Coordinator and Administrator in University of Fujairah in United Arab Emirates. I would request Dr. Abhijit sir to please proceed as the keynote address.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Thank you, madam. Respected Dr. Ritika madam, Principal, Waghmare ji, all the staff. At the outset only, I would like to thank everybody for this opportunity of talking to all of you. The thing is, today I'm going to just share some of my thoughts on not only research methodology, but overall research. What is the, I would say, the orbit of that? What is the thought process required, what should be our approach, because many a times nowadays it is being filled because we are in a new normal now. So the thing is, whenever we are talking about any kind of research, now gone are the days when we used to think of with regard to typical research methodology, typical research process. Now, please try to understand, I'm not here saying that research methodology principles have changed or any technicalities of research methodology have changed, but the approach with which we should do the research has certainly changed. And the best reason I would find to give all of you is nothing but the new normal which we find in the form of COVID-19. So the teaching learning methodologies, teaching learning pedagogies, and so many changes have happened in this system, and that has forced us to think, how can we do the research with the given time and cost constraints? So gone are the days when we used to have a long research without having any limitation as such. But nowadays it's not so. Every minute, every unit of your currency which you are spending are pretty much important. And then we must think of with regard to how we are doing that, what we are actually achieving out of it, and what are we going to deliver at the end of the day. Because quantifiable deliverables, quantified, I would say, outcomes are the real need, I would say, is the real need of an hour. That output itself is a real need of an hour, because I find many a times many, thesis generally come for the review, or whenever we go for any kind of, process wherein some pre-PhD seminars are there or kind of thing, we are always in the hurry to get something. That is number one. And number two, we are bombarding ourselves with the many things which are really not required. So that is what I'm going to just comment on that, because here in our attendees all over the day, throughout the day, you all will be interacting with each other, and there are some research scholars who are currently pursuing PhD. There are already passed out PhDs. There are already the teaching faculty members, my colleagues or academicians as such. There are certain normal citizens also who are just attending this. There might be rather this, and there are students also who are going to pursue their professional courses or so on and so forth. So all of us, we must understand one aspect, that we are bombarded with a lot of data, and what to do with that data, how to get rid of that data, and what exactly to get out of that data to present it in form of something which is a concrete deliverable. That is the main problem. And here I find some gap on which I will be talking a little bit about it for next time, which is being allotted to me, say maybe half an hour. The problem is I'm not really going to touch upon typical research methodology things which you are going to go through your research methodology workshops, or I would say the various programs which you will attend. Obviously your guides are there. Today's conference is also there, who will talk on literature review, data collection, statistical tools, and research problem and objectives, hypothesis testing. So I'm not going to touch upon these technicalities in a detailed manner, but I'm going to talk about the overview of the same, keeping in mind the international scenario, keeping in mind the international business as such. Because ultimately, friends, try to understand, whenever we talk about the research, each and everything happening around us is worth a matter of researching. Now, whether we go in depth of that, we really want to do something about it or not, is a different question. Whether it is required for us is altogether a different question. Just take an example of Ukraine war. Recently, 3 days back, Russia has started a Ukraine war. Now, what is so special about Ukraine? Till 1 year back, nobody was talking about Ukraine. Forget about 1 year back. Till 6 months back, nobody was talking about Ukraine. Suddenly, why Russia started talking about it, and why Russia made issue out of this? Believe me, the root cause of that, because we have international business here. When we conduct the session, we are always supposed to have the practical oriented, whatever is going on in current affairs. And when I researched, I recently made some PPT with regard to why Ukraine matters. So in that, it was not a very in-depth, detailed research kind of thing, or too many statistical tools, or too much secondary data, purely secondary data, but that too based on all newspapers, articles, and some kind of data. Wherever you find something relating to Russia and Ukraine, I have just gathered and found some gist out of it. A very raw level research, I would say, but which is sufficient enough for our students to understand why Ukraine, what is going on in between Ukraine. Why I'm sharing this with you is, friends, try to understand any small thing which is happening around us, how it arises the attention of ours, how we are going to look at it, what is our perspective, what is our perception of looking at it, and what are exactly we going to get out of it. Generally, most of the times, our researchers are doing everything for the sake of compliance, and there itself, it causes some kind of issues or flaws or lacunas whenever our research output is concerned. If you come towards the international universities or international accreditation bodies or international affiliated institutes or internationally acclaimed institutes or organizations, please try to understand one thing, that they don't bother about the research only, because that is something a minimum. It is a prerequisite for any academician, or even nowadays industry is also doing a lot of research. So collaborative research with the industry is also a need of an hour. So they are not looking merely at how much is the list of your research papers published, in how many conferences you have given the speech, what you have spoken, what you have researched, what is the deliverable outcome, what you have used. And that is perhaps something where the quantum doesn't play the role, quality plays the role. That is what I would like to bring your attention to. And with this, I would like to start the PPT, a small PPT. I will share it with you. The thing is, most of us are doing it for the sake of doing it, which is something which is not really advisable, because whenever I am being told that you have to do this and it's a tick mark, it's a compliance, then what happens? It doesn't happen wholeheartedly. I'm just going to tick mark. 10 रिसर्च पेपर मुझे पब्लिश करने हैं क्या? 10 रिसर्च पेपर मैंने पब्लिश कर दिए. क्या किया? I really don't know. How I did it, I really don't know. And what I have used, what I have ultimately, numbers got saturated in my name, but quality didn't get, as the real output. And that is what something I would appeal everybody. Here there are, I can see in the attendees, there are many academicians also. They will definitely agree with me, because they are also in their day-to-day life dealing with the students, research scholars. They themselves are doing the research. Nowadays, the focus, the emphasis, the perspectives of all the research sponsoring authorities or accreditation authorities have totally changed. As Madam Ritika Madam rightly said, there has been, complete approach, the change of 360 degree, I would say, or more appropriately 180 degree, which is exactly on that other extreme. It has changed the perspective, and everything is costed, everything is measured, quantified in terms of cost and output. Cost benefit ratio is now pretty much studied all over the world, because nobody wants the quantum, everybody wants the quality. And how to bring that quality, how to look at it, little different, little unique. That's what we are going to see in the next few minutes, I would say. So I'll share my session. So I hope everybody can see that.
Yes,
yeah,
yes, we can.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. So this is today's conference. We are just going to have, the discussions throughout the day. See, please try to understand. I'm going to talk about it. Statistics is also something which is being bombarded on us like anything. Please mind well, in the beginning only I'm telling you, even I use a lot of statistics, but I always feel that we are not statisticians. Please try to understand. Nobody of us is BSc statistics, MSc statistics, and PhD statistics. So we are not supposed to add on the value as one statistician would add. Obviously, that remains to be their specialization area. But needless to mention, we are supposed to make use of the best statistical tool. But at the same time, that proper equilibrium should be maintained, because I can see in many a times people are using unnecessarily the tool in order to show that I am using the statistical tool. My research paper doesn't become, having a good weight unless and until I use a lot of statistical tools. Statistical tools are required based on your data. based on your data collection, based on your how you have analyzed or what is the requirement, whether it is parametric, non-parametric, all many factors are there. So not necessary that all the research papers should be bombarded with a lot of statistical tools. Needless to mention, having said that, on one side, that doesn't mean that we should always give the papers or produce the papers without statistical analysis. Statistical analysis is inevitable in our research. It increases certainly the reliability of your research paper, overall trustworthiness, overall validity, overall completeness of your research paper, no doubt about it. But for the sake of using the statistical analysis is not something which is welcome at this moment of time, because without understanding what I'm doing, if I do something, it is not going to give me the required output. That is what something which I would like to convey the message out of it. So this is the beginning with, we are on the way wherein there are so many lanes, so many ways going on. We really don't know where to go and how to go about it. So this is how we are going to look at it. So we are just thinking, it's a symbolic picture. We are all in such a situation, including me. Even though I have done my PhD, I am a researcher, trainer, academician, doesn't mean that I have got something else. There are n number of things which I am also exploring every day. I am also learning many things. I also come to know. So all of us are in the same journey, and we are just really don't know where are we leading to, where are we heading our journey to. Be a researcher by choice and not by force. Please try to understand. This is the real thing, by choice and not by force. What to do? अब क्या करना है यार, पीएचडी तो कर रहा हूं, ये कोर्स वर्क का एक सर्टिफिकेट भी प्रोड्यूस करना है, हमको हर 6 मंथ को रिपोर्ट देना है, गाइड भी पीछे पड़ा है, और मिनिमम रिक्वायर्ड वी हैव टू कंप्लीट, वी हैव टू फिनिश ऑल दिस थिंग्स. सो there is any line something, is it clearly visible? The PPT is visible?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, can you see this red line? I don't know what is this.
This is annotation, sir.
Correct, but anyway, that was not coming anyway. This is something which is, even I also observed for the first time. It was not coming when I completed my presentation. But anyway, so coming back to the point, be a researcher by choice and not by the force. Please try to understand. Many of us become researcher by force. What to do now? It is not a compliance. It is by choice. It is our preference. It is in our interest, and it is for our value addition. So please keep it in mind. We come across many facts and figures in our professional and personal life. Many facts and figures around us. I always say to our students that economics, finance, and marketing will never leave you irrespective of your profession. You be the chartered accountant, lawyer, engineer, cost accountant, CMA, whatever field you belong to, architect, whatever may be your profession, but economics, marketing, and finance will never leave you. You are all going to be in that profession, any of your preferred profession, with these 3 things only. So many things we come across, many facts and figures in our professional and personal life. Not all equally appeal to us when it comes to go in depth and find out something. Please try to understand. Many things come to us, we just listen to and we just leave it. We just forget it, because each and everything which we come across cannot be researched, not possible for us. In a few cases, simply we think. In a few cases, we think and we plan. Oh, something can be done. In a few cases, we think, plan, and commence also. And in a few cases, we think, we plan, we commence, and we finish. And try to understand, last possibility is the only one to get categorized as something as contribution to the field of research and knowledge. Try to understand, because we plan many things. I myself, let me tell you my example, and I hope all my research academicians who have already completed a PhD, those who are research scholars, or those who are on the verge of, or those who are regularly writing research papers, we plan many things, but many papers we keep on planning only. They never complete. They never get completed because of so many reasons. I don't say it's because of we are lethargic, or because of we are unprofessional or unorganized, but we don't find time. Many things keep on happening, but the last category is very important. We have to think, plan, commence, and finally finish it off. This is something which I would like to keep your attention to. So, before that, let me show you this slide. Research. So what is research? It's nothing but the research. Something which is already there, you are going to, it's not necessary that every time your research is research. It can be something only search also, but a famous, breakup of that word is research. So something which is already existing, you are going to explore it in a layman or in a talkative language I'm talking about. Even though C.R. Kothari or, Ranjit Desai or Ranjit Chitle must be talking about some other, good definition, typical bookish theoretical definition, which you all will come across. But for all of us to commonly understand, it's something which is already there, in which we are supposed to explore, find out something, wherein we find that it is our lacuna. There are some flaws, some problem, something which is supposed to be unearthed, something which is supposed to be uncovered. Then role in research, as I said, your role in research could be different. You could be approaching the research as a student. You could be approaching the research as a research scholar pursuing the PhD. You could be approaching the research as a faculty or practitioner, professional practitioner. You could be approaching the research as a normal citizen, educated citizen of this country. That not required any kind of compliance or by force requirement for you, but out of your interest you might be doing. But based on your role in research, your rigor, your depth, your scope and your methodology, everything has to change. What student is going to make the research is not something which an academician or a professional researcher is supposed to do, and so on and so forth. Connect with the practicability. Please try to understand, friends, those, especially for those who are, in this field now, who have entered the field or pursuing the PhD, never ever think of any such out of box topic, which is something, obviously this remains to be my personal opinion. So all of you have got full right to disagree with that. But based on the research, research scholarships, research sponsoring authorities, thought processes, and based on the inputs which I keep on getting, I'm just sharing this with you, that please never come out of any out of box thought process when it comes to research topic. So connect with the practicability is pretty much important, even though it is interesting, even though it is little unique, it is little hatke topic. Aapka kitna bhi hoga, oh my God, nobody has done something like it. Is it really going to be needed? Is it going to be, something which is going to have some acceptance level, some adaptation, some welcoming approach by the industry or the stakeholders? Ultimately, whatever we are doing has to be accepted by somebody else. It has to be used by somebody else. Merely for our satisfaction, if we are doing, that is different issue. But main purpose of the research, that it should be connected with the practical oriented things. And that is the reason why connect with the practicability is very important thing. Please try to understand whatever you are doing has to have the connect with the practical oriented approach, practice. And for that, stakeholders inputs, stakeholders connect, constant touch with the stakeholders. Here stakeholders means all internal as well as external. They could be, your stakeholders could change. Now for the students, the stakeholders need not be outside or external stakeholders. They could be internal only. But for academicians, there could be different. The horizon is widened. So it could be industry, it could be government authorities, it could be banks, it could be your colleagues in the other colleges and institutions, or your own college and institutions. So many stakeholders are there, wherein you can get the inputs, wherein you can have some kind of connect with the practicability. Last but not the least, cost and time constraints, very important aspect, because unless and until you have got cost and time constraints, it is not going to be helpful to you. Especially after COVID, when we can see the salary structure is affected, the admissions are affected, the income level of the stakeholders, mainly those who are, parents, is affected. The overall thought processes of the academicians, or I would say universities, have gone complete change, drastic change. हमें सिर्फ quantifiable outcome बताइए और इससे क्या होगा ये बताइए. कुछ नहीं होने वाला, हजारों लाखों रिसर्च पेपर्स आ रहे हैं, उसमें आपका और एक नहीं चाहिए. That is what the concept is. Even though your research paper may be very interesting, very value added and so on, but cost and time constraints, we have to keep it in mind, especially as a new normal post COVID. This is something where we can best fit with our there are so many thoughts in our mind, there are so many perceptions of ours, there are so many questions, queries, typically called research problems in front of us. Where to fit this in our brain is a main headache. Where it will fix that puzzle, that particular part, is a big problem. Now, knowledge creation and growth, there are 3 strategies for the research. As I said, I'm not going to talk too much about technicalities of the research, whereas I said data collection and literature review and how many literature reviews you should have, references, API style, and so on. All these things you are going to come across as it is, because that will be typically theoretical session. Here I'm going to talk about practical oriented research, which will give you more acceptability, which will give your paper more acceptability. And last but not the least, welcoming approach by the stakeholders. So this is the strategy, 3 XYZ, 3 strategies are there. Number 1 is technically sound and feasible research. So whatever we are going to do as a research in any role, as a graduate student or as a merely as a academician or a typically professional researcher or a PhD pursuing candidate or research scholar, which we typically call, whatever it may be, it should be technically sound and feasible. So what is the strategy and action plans for that? Strategy should be, it should be equipped with the formats. Here I talk about formatting, referencing and literature review and introduction and concepts and abstracts and so on and so forth. Such kind of technicalities or typical formats given by the universities from time to time, it should be equipped with the format. That is minimum required strategy which you should have. That is something which is not something which is your achievement, but it is something which is a minimum required thing. Then use of statistical tools. As I said, it is one of the strategies. Many of the researchers think that if they bombard the statistical tools to a large extent, they are going to have more value addition for their research paper. And as I said, nowadays, the assessors also have started telling in their reviews that unless until it is required, don't use that statistical tool. Don't try to increase the value of your research paper by unnecessarily including many statistical tools. Whichever is required, you have to use it invariably. But use of statistical tools is a prerequisite, is a minimum required strategy. But to what extent, how, when, that is something which is in your hands. Possible and feasible scope. Obviously, the scope is something which should not be beyond control. And what is the action plan? Rigorous study of the research methodology, coursework, formats and steps, careful selection of the research area, recognition of the project as well as the university from where you are doing your research, who is a sponsoring authority, to whom it is addressed to. Is it exclusively for the particular stakeholder who is sponsoring that, or it is in general for the society? What is supposed to be your deliverable outcome? What are you supposed to do after your research? All these entire, I would say plan of action should be ready. Otherwise, the typical KRA, key result areas of your project or research become vague, haywire, open-ended, and that doesn't suffice the purpose. For the sake of doing something, we produce something, but actual outcome of that, we hardly come to know. So this is technically sound and feasible. The second is practical oriented. The strategy is the choice of topic and area. So please take care, whatever choice of your topic and area you are doing, it should be pretty much in your scope. It should be pretty much it should be commensurating with the, I would say, the real requirement. Because if you choose something which is not really required by somebody else, merely because it is a unique topic, it may not be welcomed by the stakeholders, at least nowadays, because there has been a lot of, I would say shrinking. There has been a lot of shrinking of the budgets, and research budget is also not an exception for any sponsoring authority. So choice of the topic and area is very important. Then connect with your career and professional KRAs. Many times it is being found that HR persons, I strongly believe that cross-functionality, point number 3, cross-functionality is pretty much required, but your area of specialization should not be forgotten at all. Cross-functionality here, I mean to say, we are not supposed to divide ourselves into watertight compartments. I belong to finance, I belong to HRM, I belong to operations, I belong to marketing, I belong to IT. So I'm going to talk about that only, not required. if somebody is writing finance, then marketing budget and impact of that on financial management. You can always have cross functionality, some marketing concepts along with some financial concepts mixed together. But at any moment of time, don't write something which is exclusively accepting your area of specialization, because that is considered to be, you are trying to explore something which is not your area of specialization. So always have that connect with your career or professional key result areas, and based on that, then you can little bit divert with other specialization, other domain, but exclusively for the other domain. Yani, just to give you an example, a person is HR, the finance based person, his specialization or her specialization is finance, and he is writing something about employee perception in manufacturing based companies with regard to layoffs. Now it has got something which is purely HRM based course or HRM based topic. Generally avoid such kind of concept, even though nobody says that expressly, it is not in our interest. Yeah, if your specialization is finance, then write something which has got connection with other functionalities like HRM, operations, or marketing, or IT, or anything for that sort of. But don't forget your own spice. Don't forget your own area. So has to have that invariable content of your own specialization. So connect with the career and professional key areas is very much required. And then comes cross functionality and intradisciplinary adoption approach. Don't close yourselves in watertight compartments. I don't want to look at any other compartment. I belong to HRM, so HRM only. I belong to operations, so operations only. It's not like that, but main emphasis with your specialization connected with how the application or operation of your specialization in that specialization, that is always something which is you can look for. And well proved on time and cost factors. I need not tell, already I have explained that. Connect with the internal and external stakeholders, research gap area, sponsorship from the industry, creativity and innovativeness. In that gap area is very much required, because something which is filling the gap is welcome by the industry. Otherwise, it is not going to give you any kind of support from the stakeholders. Sponsorship from the, because the major hurdle in our research is nowadays, because of the cost constraints, we are in search of good sponsoring authorities, and sponsoring authorities always find something which is filling the gap which they have, what they are looking for, and this project is going to satisfy that. Definitely we are there to support you. But something which is already thousands are there, yours is one more addition, they are not going to even think of it. And creativity and innovativeness, here I would like to give you, Thomas Alva Edison's example. Innovativeness is marketability, and marketability of our own research is in our hands. And what do we mean by marketability? Doesn't mean that we have to hit our own drums, but the output should speak, the quality should speak, the contents should speak. Thomas Alva Edison, we all know that he is the inventor of electricity or bulb. But believe me, 17 persons before Thomas Alva Edison had invented electricity. But ultimately, because Thomas Alva Edison took, I think, that patent in 1879 or 1888. I may be wrong. I'm sorry, not sure about the year. But around 1879, 1880, when he filed for that patent about electricity, many years before that, Sir Winfred Davy had invented before him many, and not only Sir Winfred Davy, many were there. As I said, 17 persons are there who had invented electricity before Edison. But today we know electricity bulb, Edison. We have fitted our, this particular fact. Why this is so? Because Edison was not only creative, but he was innovative. So obviously Edison in those times went to New York municipality, and New York municipality, he went and he said that, I have invented something, and how it can be useful to you during the night time when there is a total dark. We can, my invention is of good use to you. And in those times, for one particular road, for one particular lane, maybe for a few hundred meters only it could be there, may not be for the main road. But he got the contract from New York municipality to lighten the, to use his bulbs to lighten the, and then New York municipality published some data about it. This is something based on internet, secondary exploration, data exploration only. I'm sharing it with you. And New York municipality had published the data. See, our streets are lightened now. So if you are going in the night time, there is no now candle available. The streets are with the bulbs, and so on and so forth. So Edison knew how to be innovative. So creativity, content quality, but backed by marketability. And marketability will come only when you have concrete deliverables, something which is appealing to the stakeholders, something which is establishing a connect between them and your research, and last but not the least, finding out the gap. And last strategy is refinements and consistency in refinements. Very important concept. Most of us are having that approach that I have published Scopus indexed, ABC, care list, and UGC approved. All these typical tags when we have for our research papers, we think that it is the end of our research. Not required henceforth, because Scopus index मेरे 4 publications हो गए, हमारे college ने तो 2 ही बोले हैं, तो I have completed 4. So that's it. I'm eligible for as a post of vice chancellor only now. I'm eligible. Don't take it word to word, but this is a joke. What I'm trying to say, jokes apart, but that's what we start thinking. Refinements are pretty much important. Foreign researchers, if you ask me, believe me, one particular concept, if you really try to establish the trend of their research papers, maybe in Harvard or in international universities, maybe American universities, German universities, the researchers are pretty much important. In vast, they are doing many things. French researchers are also there, because we have in our database many, we just refer to them. This Association of Accreditation Council for Business Schools, American ACBSP one, we are the member of that. So we come across many kind of research papers, they share it with us. One particular research paper, second version published, third version published, fourth version published. How many of us do that? So please keep it in mind, that kind of approach is pretty much required nowadays, that don't stop at one particular paper. Once it gets published and compliance tick mark is there, have the second version of that research paper. We are the own criticizer of our own research paper, and that is something which is required. So the strategy is further widening of the scope, excel in one rather than exploring many. There are many things which we would like to explore at the same time, not required. Our own particular area, go in depth, and you will find sky is the limit in that. Be completely chatur initially, even though rancho is an ideal, but rather dream coming true. Many of us get fascinated by rancho, I'm just looking the time because I would like to finish on time. So rancho is something which is our, wo dikhne mein bahut acha lagta hai, Amir Khan in 3 Idiots. Rancho is a genius. How many of us are genius people? Let me tell you, honestly speaking, if we ask the question, how many of us are going to invent something in the field in which we are working? Are we that genius? Are we to that extent inventing something to the world at large and, filing for the patents of the patents, Let us first try to understand that we be experts or getting excelled in our own area. Thereafter, we might be in a position to become rancho. But finally, chatur only, mug it up. Doesn't mean that I'm saying just mug it up and finish it off. But in our area, if we are not going to add something, whatever is already existing, just grasp it, put it in your own words and publish it to the world at large. That would be finding a connect between the gap and the gap filling to a large extent, rather than being inventor, or I would say genius or scientist, or many of us are willing to, but is it that simple? So better to start with, be a chatur initially, even though rancho is an ideal but rare dream coming true. So I don't say that we won't be rancho, but be a chatur initially. Chatur has to be there in our chatur element is there. In our, this is, I hope you are getting what I'm trying to say. An action plan is consistent versions and add-ons, multifaceted research model for the covered topic, multifaceted research. As I said, it should have complete cross-functionality approach, but at the same time, main emphasis should be on your main approach. Then acceptability feature, obviously, unless and until you have got acceptance, nothing is going to work. What will make your research good? Validity, reliability. Here I'm not talking about any Cronbach alpha or something which is, reliability test and so on. No, not really. Confidence intervals, and this is typically technically you will come to know, or you might have come to know by now, those who are in the last stage of their PhD and so on. Here I'm talking about validity of your entire research output. It should be valid, it should be concrete, it should be well proved. Nobody could be able to challenge that because it is done rigorously. Reliability, unless and until it has got acceptability, it won't be reliable. Rather, if it is reliable, then only it will have acceptability. It is interrelated concept. Replicability, many of the people will copy you, but it has to have that original content. Rigor has to be there, consistent application, and last but not the least, trustworthiness. This is in general, I would like to get you the research, these things, literature review, theoretical formulation of the research problem, design. Research design will contain all these methodologies and so on, data collection, analysis, interpretation, this is overall this thing. Now, research knowledge and international perspective is very important thing. Coming to the, international scenarios. Now in GCC, especially Gulf Cooperation Council, GCC, OPEC, oil producing and exporting countries, then Organization of Islamic Countries. Many organizations are there, many cartels are there, many unions are there who are trying to dominate the market. Basically, this is all going to have the impact of market dominance on the basis of your strategy. Now, Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, have been given by UN to many nations, and UN has said recently that United Arab Emirates is going to achieve something by 2025 only. They are pretty much fast when it comes to adaptation as well as fulfillment of that Sustainable Development Goals. And why this is so? Shift from oil-based GDP to non-oil-based GDP. Believe me, in 70s, when all these Gulf countries got the oil-based economy, before 70s, they were not having any such kind of revenue. But when they came to know that in 70s that, okay, we have got oil, now we can explore that, sell it to the world at large, they didn't enjoy only. They developed it like anything, and they are now aware how smartly they are thinking, strategically they are thinking. Almost all the GCC countries, Saudi Arabia has got personal income tax. Oman is going to introduce the personal income tax next year onward. That's what they say. At least they have said that. VAT, everybody has implemented already. Dubai, there is a VAT of 5%. Oman, there is a VAT of 5%. In Oman, there is a corporate tax of 12%. In Dubai, they are not Dubai, sorry, United Arab Emirates. That is, Dubai is just one emirate of that. United Arab Emirates is going to plan rather that corporation tax, that is corporate tax is there. Currently corporate tax is there, but they are applying it only on those I would say oil-based companies. But next year onward they are planning to have it for all the companies. Why this is so? First time in the history of Gulf countries, Oman was the first country who went on public. Bonds to be issued by a government to the general public is a common thing when it comes to India. But these countries never had that idea कि government को borrow करना चाहिए, government को borrow करने की जरूरत ही नहीं है. We are getting so many funds, so much of the funds from our oil base. But now they are thinking pretty much strategically. A lot of research is being put, and believe me, their strategic shift didn't come out of pocket or out of one night thinking. एक दिन बैठे थे और चलो कल से strategy बदल देंगे. They made a lot of research. They sponsored heavy research budgets, and from those researchers, the output came, and then they shifted their thought process. So you can understand what is the power impact of a good research. Even government can think its strategic management positioning also. So shift from oil-based GDP. So Oman government went on public in 2016. You might be aware in 2015, oil crisis was there. And that was internally out of, OPEC countries only. Saudi Arabia had some dominating position they wanted to have. And based on that, they had some internal turbulence, some problems. Because of that, they increased the output in order to kill the market, in order to kill the price and so on and so forth. But within that, artificially created extra supply, the pricing went down because demand was not ready to absorb that added supply. In that, non-OPEC countries like Iran, then Russia and Iraq newly started, they started playing good role. They also started selling the oil in the market, and the oil prices fell down like anything. At one point of time in 2013 to 14, when the per barrel price was around $140 to $142 per barrel. That price came in 2015 to $29 to $30 per barrel. You can imagine $142 से $30 तक आ गया. Not an easy task for these guys to manage the show, because the entire, where they, at that particular point of time, 70%, 65%, 69% was the GDP percentage of oil. Oil-based GDP only was there. Majority was oil-based. But these guys took a lesson out of it rather than only having havoc of this, what to do. Now Oman, last week only Oman celebrated that their oil got sold at $85 per barrel. From 30, they have reached 85 from 2015 to 2022. 7 years it took for them to come to 85. Still, they have not gone to their original price, which was $140 or $142 per barrel. So what was this shift from oil base? So these guys are totally aware that one day the time will come when the oil will be no more. And what are we going to do? And this strategic shift in their thinking came because of the research. And that's why I said, I emphasized something which is connect with the gap is pretty much required. Otherwise, our research will be just one more additional research in already or millions of research. Direct and indirect taxation, sorry, direct and taxation is not wrong word. Direct and indirect taxation, as well as other sources of revenue. As I said, Oman government went public for the first time in the history of Oman. They went to public and they borrowed some funds from them. Long-term bonds were being issued. So these countries have started thinking for the mobilization of funds. Borrowings from public, I already have said. Intra and inter-regional conflicts, unwanted and unexpected entrance, already I have said to you. Uncertainties and risks taking a front seat, especially in the recent past. So because of the COVID, the entire budget of all the countries is going on. On the top of that, in our country, it's party politics, it's state versus central, all many things are there. Believe me, for our researchers, this is the haven for our research. So many topics are just around us. Select one, go in depth of that, collect some data, apply some tools, and produce something which is useful to the society, government, and so on and so forth. Last but not the least, research-based, non-research-based project sponsoring authorities very keen on deliverable and quantifiable outcomes. Remember, research not a compliance but a continuous process. So don't do the research as a compliance. VAT, personal income tax, disclosure and corporate governance, research-oriented academics, administration, industry sponsorships, and international trade, business, and strategic management. These are all the factors which these countries have started giving keen attention only on the basis of the research output. Believe me, there has been around 50,000 research papers written in one particular year, merely on the GCC countries, merely on the GCC countries. Can you imagine that? 50,000 is not a small number, but those many, out of that, let us assume that data I don't have, but let us assume, I mean to say 50,000 is the correct number, but out of that, how many were sponsored and how many were on their own proactively? That I'm not having any data, but let us assume 50% were not sponsored, but at least 30-40% were sponsored, and those government agencies got some input out of it. So distribution of articles according to countries investigated, this is just for your benefit. United Arab Emirates economy has been an emerging economy, so most of the papers were written. This is on the basis of one research paper of one Mr. Dr. Durugbo, some Philippine researcher is there. In 2021 only he has published that. So sectors, travel and tourism, retails, re-export, free trade, manufacturing, supply chain and logistics, entrepreneurship and innovation. Nowhere oil-based economy is there. You can imagine, you can visualize how these sectors they are willing to perform, or how these sectors they are planning to promote in such a way that this will boost their GDP and their over dependence oil. Now I can quote almost all, you can explore it on the net, but I'm talking about Oman and UAE, especially Saudi Arabia is the same condition. GDP based economies, I mean to say oil based GDP economy was around 65 to 70% in 70s. Now it is around 29 to 30% in 2022. And their target is to further reduce the dependence on oil, because they are aware one day oil will not be there and how to survive. So they have started putting it strategically, and this strategic management shifting has come only because of the research only. So researchers have a great role to play. You can always go ahead with the international research also. Nobody stops you. Not necessarily only in Indian context we can have. The arrow should hit the correct circle. We are putting many arrows, but it should not be by chance. It should not be by fluke. It should be by choice. Focus on real and perceived importance, creativity, marketability, smart and efficient research rather than quantum. Quality plays a role. All these things already I have spoken about. Constant touch with the stakeholders, a real prerequisite. So please don't think out of box for the sake of making your project or research unique, but it has to have that uniqueness naturally. Cross functionality, not a feature. Statistics as a supplementary tool. maybe ANOVA, ANCOVA, cluster analysis, logistics regression, many things you are having, MATLAB, R, Excel, SPSS, whatever tool you use, but it should have some quantifiable outcome. Think carefully whether research is for statistics or statistics is for the research. That is what something, and this is something which I would like to tell you, research and knowledge journey, all of us have started, including me, including all of you, all our academicians, all our, those who are in the field of research, all of us, we have started research and knowledge journey. Where do we stand? A time to think. And where are we leading to? A time to think. Because international or national, our perspective has to change as per the requirement. Our vision, our thought process, our thinking has to come out of box, not for the sake of coming, but to the tune, it has got connection with the real gap, the real problem. So apart from minimum required things of statistical analysis, research methodology tools, formatting, and prerequisites like minimum publishings and research methodology workshops and so on and so forth, the main emphasis should be constant touch with the stakeholders, gap finding, trying to fulfill the gap, concrete deliverable quantifiable outcome of your research connected with the stakeholders, trying to maximize the sponsorship from the research so that once you get the funds, your area of thinking is widened, and then you will have ample funds to do something. You can do many things, you can do wonders. Because of the cost, it should not get affected. Because of the cost, the quality should not get affected. And last but not the least, emphasize on your specialization with connection established with cross functionality. That is, finance with marketing is a prerequisite, but don't forget your own specialization. And rather than exploring many things at a time, try to come up with the next version, many versions, minimum 3 to 4 versions of already existing or already published paper, which will establish a good value for you as a researcher, as well as which will establish a credibility for your own research paper. And that's it from my side, friends. Happy researching, and thank you for your participation, and all the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Abhijit Kelkar, sir, for your keynote address to our researchers. Your session was so well explained and so lucid. You began with a symbolic image of a confused researcher, but you did help us to lead our choices and understand the importance of research. You emphasized on quality that matters in research. I loved that don't be a rancho, but be a chatur part of it. Thank you very much, sir, for enlightening us. Thank you very much for your valuable time. I truly enjoyed this session. I'm sure all of us did. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much.
Waghmare, sir, can we start with the technical session 1?
The first resource person's name is available? Dr. Kinnari Thakkar, madam?
Yes, sir, I can see her on screen.
I would like to hand over this session to Shivani, madam, for reading the biodata of respected Dr. Kinnari Thakkar, madam, from University of Mumbai. Shivani, madam, please continue.
Sure, sir, thank you. My daughter was not there throughout, but now she wanted to come and say a hello to. Okay, so I request Samita ma'am to please introduce Dr. Kinnari Thakkar, and we begin with the technical session 1.
Thank you, Shivani. Good morning to one and all. With great pride, I, Professor Samita, is here to introduce to you the resource person of first technical session. I know this one is a difficult task with all achievements and awards received by her, but I am feeling elated to introduce the dynamic lady, Dr. Kinnari Thakkar. She is a professor and HOD of Commerce at University of Mumbai with total teaching experience of more than 23 years. She is a PhD, MBA in Finance, CMA, and CS. She is also a gold medalist in MCOM from Mumbai University. She has granted 2 patents and 4 published patents in her name. She co-authored 6 books in subject of accountancy and finance. Her marvelous publications includes 55 research papers in various reputed national and international journals. She also presented 72 papers at seminars and conferences. She has been a chairperson for 38 conferences and a resource person for more than 193 workshops. She is also nominated on the editorial board of 10 reputed journals and reviewer task panel member of Intellect-based International Consortium, USA. As they say, awards are the applause of discipline. For such a tremendous effort, ma'am has received many teaching and academic awards. To name a few are Academic Leader Award 2021 from Government of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Award for Teaching Excellence, Shiksha Ratna Puraskar, etc. I am really honored to present to you such a zestful, but at the same time, a very humble personality. Kinnari ma'am, I request you to enlighten us all with your knowledge and wisdom. Thank you. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for this introduction.
Good morning, madam.
Good morning, sir. So I think I should just directly start, sir, with the session.
Please continue with your PPT.
Yes. Okay. So a very good morning to all of you friends, and I'm sure that you are gathered here today to get some new insights on how to do a research. Not only research, how to do good research, which will increase, which will enhance your footprints. If you have already entered this area, you need to know and understand that your publications, your visibility, etc., plays a very important role. So your footprints are something which will give you recognition, which will help you to connect with good researchers, because when the researcher reads what you have done, what you have published, and published not only in these just the conference proceedings, but when you have published something in a good journal, people will read you and people will automatically connect to you. So this is what you should focus on, this is what you should target for, and every, I think, 6 months you should try to see what is your citations, number of citations which others have read and others have cited. So this is the big, actually, if you say beginning is what you start your research work, but there is no end. You need to improve your citations month by month, quarter by quarter, and you have to ensure, you have to check your own publicity, your visibility, and you have to check whether you have been cited by others. And to come out to that level of research, I am just giving you the first step, that what are the basic fundamentals and what are the important points which you should keep in your mind when you start any research work. So I actually was listening to Abhijit sir also in his keynote speech, and he was citing some statistics about number of publications which are coming up year after year, and the number of the sponsorship, public the research which is for after getting sponsorship. This all plays a very important for you. This all information, knowledge which you get, it plays a very important role in understanding also that you are not supposed to do the research always on your own. You have to hunt for some publication agency, some agencies which is going to fund you. So that funding agencies will enhance your visibility more, because once you're funded by an agency, they also take care of what kind of how they are putting it up on their website, and the research outcome which you have come out derived, that is being used practically by these funding agencies. See, funding agencies will never fund a project unless they find some material, some substance, some contents in that, and only some kind of innovative outcome if they see, then only these agencies are interested in sanctioning the projects. So post completion of these projects also, you will really get some kind of visibility, and you will get some kind of your footprints will day by day increase if you go through and find out through do research projects to this funding agency. So that also you should take care. Nowadays UGC earlier used to give a lot of funds, but UGC have of late stopped. But there are so many other private funding agencies also, especially under the pretext of corporate social responsibility, under the garb of corporate social responsibility. There are so many funding agencies which are planning to sponsor for research. So on your own, you have to just sit and identify who are those, and then try to ensure that the work which you are doing is just not a library, is just not a book which will go to the library on a shelf, but it is actually being useful and being utilized by for any solving any issue, any problem which is a practically oriented problem. So this is what we have to keep in mind when you start doing your work. So unless you keep this in mind, actually you will never try to achieve something which is actually required for in your career. So this is what I just want to give few words of experiences which I have gave. I wanted to share with you before I start with my research topic. So here I'm going to discuss about overall view on broad framework of conducting a research right from beginning of the topic, hunting for topic, till the time improve your citation. So entire flow will conduct of each and every phase which you come across when you are going to do when you start doing your research work. Also, when you've already done one or two kind research work, including your major, minor projects, etc., or your PhD. After that also it's an unlimited, endless achievement. Post that also, till citations, what all information you are required to know, that what do you mean by different H index, I index, etc., and what steps you should follow for achieving these, that also we'll try to understand in this session. So let's start with how to choose a topic. Is my screen visible? I don't know whether I have shared it or no.
No, ma'am.
I have not shared it only. 1 minute. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, now I have shared it.
Yes, ma'am, visible.
Yeah, I'll just do slideshow.
Yes, ma'am.
So first we'll start with how to choose a topic. And in how to choose a topic, the first and foremost requirement is a topic which interests you. Unless you like that topic, actually nothing will help you. You may take a lot of advice from people. You may go out, reach out to your peer group. You may reach out to the experts in that particular area. But unless you feel that you are going to do something different in this topic, or this is a topic which will at least you will be interested in finding out new different developments and coming out with some new work, only then you will be able to do anything with satisfaction, and that will with a better outcome. 90% of the times when we take students as a PhD guide, students will say, ma'am, you suggest a topic, we will do on any topic. So I just give them an example. Okay, so this is a topic which I like. So because my subject is finance and commerce, I tell them, okay, I like to do something about technical analysis, that there are graphs, charts, and different bar charts methods to analyze which stock will is likely to move in which direction. What is the stop loss? How can you derive that a stop loss can help you in choosing a stock? Will you be interested in doing this topic? So some of them say, no, we will try. I said, no, not like that. Do you think this topic is of the interest which you can develop and you will be able to do? 90% of the time they say no. So that's what a guide should ensure, that rather than giving a topic forcibly on a student, imposing something, it's like an imposition for them, imposing something which is not of their choice. They should try to find out choice of the student and try to ensure and you adjust with them. This is what my feeling is. 90% of the time it cannot happen. It may not have been also practically possible for many of the research guides, but this is what I feel, that thing, because guide, I think, should have little bit of in their own core area, multiple information they should try to gather. So when you come out with this kind of flexibility for a research student, it really works wonders. And I have also seen some of my students, they are doing extremely well because of the flexibility which, a free hand and the empowerment which you give to them. That in fact creates more enthusiasm in them. So I also feel that you have to convince your guide that what I'm trying to say is, you cannot say that if the person guide is of finance, you have to tell them to take marketing topic. No, not like that. In the core area, within the core area, you need to convince and ensure that this is the topic where I can really do very hard lot of good work. The flow of work, etc., will be guided by the research supervisor. But the technical collection of data, analysis of data, all that is a work of the student. So that is why your interest plays a very important role. So always choose a topic, convince your research supervisor, and initiate something which is close, which is close to your heart. Do not go by here and say, do not go by the peer group, and do not go by whatever other says that this topic ye to jaldi ho jayega. There are so many advices, free advices which you get. Arey ye kar, ye to jaldi ho jayega, 2 saal mein tumhara kaam khatam. But okay, if that is your purpose, fine. Everybody has a different purpose and objective of the study. So if that is your objective, that within 2 years I just want to do something which will be lying on the shelf, and it may go unrecognized, unread, and unseen, that is your choice. That's up to you. But if you really want to enhance your footprint step by step, first step which you do should be a step which you take out of what your heart says, not out of what others feel about you, and out of what your even your peer group thinks about you. So choose a topic which interests. This word and sentence, if you read, it's very, very a common line. Everybody says like that, but it is very practical and you have to do that. Then your attitude towards the topic may determine the amount of effort and enthusiasm you put in your research. Focus on a limited aspect. When I say limited aspect, there are different levels of research work. There are different what you call as stages in which you are doing research work, and when you have to choose a limited aspect. For example, if you are doing any research for the first time, that is the first PhD, if you are taking up the first research project, minor research project, or a PhD registration first time, that time you are a infant. Okay, that time you are a baby. You've not done anything else previously, unless you may have just presented some papers in a conference and maybe written some conference papers. So first time when you do, you ensure that you are not doing something which is an unlimited work, which seems endless, which seems never ending for you. That is why focus on a limited aspect. For the first time, you ensure that you plan it accordingly, where within 2 or 3 years, you are able to manage, complete, and put a full stop, not even a comma and a continuation. You full stop to your research work. So search that when you prepare a title only, your title also should be such that it will give you a clarity that what work is being done by the researcher. So you have to focus on a limited aspect. Limited aspect means limited in terms of geographical. If you are doing something like economy, suppose some yojana, if you see nowadays, so many yojanas like has been there. Introduced by the government. Suppose if you want to do Atmanirbhar Bharat, okay, the latest some few months back, which is come. Do not say Atmanirbhar Bharat and we say I want to identify the implementation of the Atmanirbhar Bharat status in the entire nation. If you say entire nation, it's going to be an endless study. So when you focus on a limited aspect. So these are the parameters of Atmanirbhar Bharat. You want to identify, or you want to do a study to understand whether the Atmanirbhar Bharat parameters have been achieved, say for example in Maharashtra state, or maybe one or two important regions of Maharashtra, say Konkan region or any other region. So that is called as a limited aspect. If you say that I want to ensure that Atmanirbhar Bharat implementation, how successful it is in the whole Indian economy, I think that will be and never ending work, which you will be stuck up after 2 or 3 years and you will be frustrated. I say you will be frustrated with your own topic. So do not go with that area or geographical area or number of years where you feel frustrated with your own work. These small points, practical points, and you need to be pay very attention. Now even a topic like you say post demonetization and demonetization, if you want to choose some topic, you do 5 years of pre and 5 years of post, or post maybe a bit, I think it was in some 2000, I don't remember the year, 17 16 little blank I'm feeling, so something in between, I think it was there 16, I guess 2016, yeah. So 2016, say 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 21, 22. So 5 years. So you say 5 years post and 5 years pre, that comparison. Do not go unless you are a history teacher or a history subject. Do not go, I want to study trends since the 1947, after the Indian economy has gained independence. That you can do in a major research project which has been funded by an agency, if you really want to come out with some broad model conclusions and like this. When you are doing in the first research for the first time, do not go by so many years, choose number of years. So this is what I'm trying to say, limited. You limit it by number of years, limit it geographically, and then you will be confident enough that yes, I'm capable and I am striving hard to complete my work. So this is what you have to ensure when you choose a topic, limited aspects. Select a topic, a subject which you can manage. Avoid subjects that are too technical, learn and specialization. This is again, unless it is a funding agency project which you are doing, do not try to go in delve into too much of technical where you find that data collection will be having a huge amount of expenditure. Something very technical, something very, very in depth, if you want to collect information. And if you think that that is becoming very costly affair for you, then you choose these kind of topics only when you have a proper funding agency where they are giving you money in lakhs, 10 lakhs, etc. Otherwise, you do something which you can manage it within your own financial resources, because finally that is also very important for you as a researcher. If you are an independent researcher not being supported financially with from any other agencies or universities, then you have to take care of your own self. So choosing a topic always is not same. The stages when you choose the environment within which you are choosing, everything is not always the same. So you have to take a call from your own side that, okay, now this is my PhD work. So if I have to independently sponsor my own PhD work, I should also ensure that I have limited resources in terms of money, in terms of time, actually, because 3 years is the maximum time within which you have to complete. So in terms of time, every resources you have to analyze, and accordingly you have to select your area, your topic. At the same time, it's not a work which is just going to on the shelf. So at the same time, you have to ensure that the topic should be a topic which has at least life of some years. Like after a few years, you should not think that, this topic is becoming redundant and nobody will be interested in referring that. So that point also you have to keep in mind. So actually thinking a research topic is not something very easy and comfortable and convenient, as you must be thinking that, oh, ये topic मिला, हमने थोड़ा सा किया, बाकी लोगों का देखा, data use किया and खत्म कर दिया. But that is a research which is not of a high quality research. In publication, every word, every single meaning, analysis, collection, your target audience, everything matters. That's why there are so many publications which, if you see in our country, are quantitative, as sir was saying, that quantity is important, but at the same time quality also matters a lot. So quality first you have to give, and if you see, go by quality, sometimes 7 to 8 months is required for for completing one paper, and a good quality journal publishes a paper after 1 year. So 7 to 8 months you are preparing a paper, and 1 year times of publication time. So if you see one good cited paper, if you want to come out with a good citation level of a paper which will have a very good citation, approximately you have to invest 15 to 12 to 15 months for such a level of research paper. So go for the thrust areas. Workability, feasibility, I already explained, and discuss with the experts. Discuss with them. Finally, listen to your heart and listen to what you think is good for you. What are the thrust areas? The thrust areas nowadays, if you see, is generally related to all, in fact, entire discipline is integrated with technology. So generally, when you decide a thrust area, you ensure that technology integration with that particular topic which you are choosing plays a, you need to identify a topic where, technology integration is important, because in future, after 5 years, every area, without technology will be redundant. Any area of research which you have done where technology integration is not there, that definitely will become redundant. Post-COVID, you must have seen digital marketing, e-commerce, business, everything is, exponentially, we have witnessed an increasing trend in every kind of, even in insurance sector, in medical facilities, availability of medicines online, everything has integrated with technology. So topics also, you should try to ensure that something which has value of the work, which has value at least for a period of 5 to 6 years. So some example, you can just read down: financial inclusion or e-commerce industry, business intelligence, artificial intelligence, digital marketing, etc. Somewhere something where you really need to okay, so let me at least try to tell you now that how you are going to choose a title. When you're going to choose a title, what should the title how should the title be framed? Once you choose a title, it should ensure that the title summarizes the main idea of your study. Everything which you write should be summarizing the main idea of your study. It should be concise, informative, and should be able to convey the purpose of the research. It should give a clear indication of purpose and scope of the research. So all this is very important. Now let's start with how you can frame this title. Suppose, for example, I start with a title like this. You just see the color of the words which I have used when I'm trying to explain you the title. The color. Once here I have used a study on extent of financial inclusion in Maharashtra state with reference to Konkan division. Now everybody, when you read this title, everybody will understand that there is some study. There is a study, something which is related to Maharashtra state, and specific focus is given to Konkan division. So this blue color, if you see, extent of financial inclusion. Out of the 50 participants who is listening here, all the participants, if I tell them to read, and all the participants, I tell them that you try to explain what do you mean by what you have understood by reading the title. So they will say that you are studying the extent on. Now, what is this extent? Every 50 participant will have a separate, different interpretation of the word extent. Everybody sitting here, nobody will have the same interpretation of extent. Everybody will understand that there's some financial inclusion. Okay, everybody knows financial inclusion means what? Financial inclusion, whether there is a financial, whether the population is financially included. But financial included also means what? Financially included means whether they have banking facilities, whether they are using banking facilities, whether they have the knowledge of financial knowledge of investment avenues available, whether they invest in the avenues which are available, etc. All these information is information related to financial inclusion. But 10 different information, 15 different points, parameters are there of financial inclusion. Will everybody have the same interpretation of the financial inclusion parameters? If you read the normal publication, 15 parameters are given. You may not know 15. Other person will not know other 15. So nobody will know all the 15 parameters. So what is the duty of the researcher? The duty of the researcher is to ensure that every person reading your thesis should understand the same thing in the same, interpret it in the same way, and the final flow which is being read by the target audience, every reader should have the same understanding. Therefore, as a researcher, whenever you are framing any title like this, you have to define the terms which are likely to have different interpretation in the mind of the reader. A study will not have different interpretation. Maharashtra state will not have different interpretation. Konkan division will not have different interpretation. What will have interpretation is extent. So you have to define, what do you mean by extent? What will have a different interpretation? Area where everybody can come out with different opinion. Financial inclusion. That means you have to define what is a financial inclusion. So whenever you are framing a title, you read yourself. Then you see what is the area where different interpretation is possible, and those areas you encircle. Here I have put it in different color. Encircle those, and for those encircled terms, you have to explain the reader what is the interpretation of the terms which you have encircled, and that explanation which you give to the reader is called as operational definition. So actually, none of your thesis should be without operational definition. You go and check in library, in our university library in Shodh Ganga, you go and see how many of the thesis researchers have given operational definition. There will be many. You can just search now, only later on online Shodh Ganga pe whatever theses are being uploaded. But it is not the complete thesis which which gives information about your research work, and at the same time which gives information of the same understanding, same level and same interpretation to every reader who reads your thesis. That means every time a reader will read, they will understand it in a different way, because you have not given that clarity. The writer is not is clear, so a reader will interpret in a different way. So the giving that clarity is called as operational definition. So operational definition, actually, there's a lot of a different session. I think 20-25 minutes we can only focus on operational definition, but today we are just doing an overview. So I will start with the first content structure of a research work. So what is a structure of the research paper? You have to write introduction of the research work, brief profile, review of literature, problem of the study, objectives of the study, hypothesis, methodology, limitations, significance, chapter scheme, and references. All the research work which you are doing, research paper, PhD thesis, and minor research, major research projects, every research work will have the same contents, the same structure. The difference will be the percentage of weightage of each content. If you have a research paper publication for a research journal, in that case, your review of literature will not be having more than 5% of your content. Your majority of the content will be research methodology and data analysis interpretation. So majority, it means 50%, more than 60% should be research methodology, more than 60% in a research paper. Introduction may be just paragraph, profile may not be there, maybe there depending on your topic. ROL will be just 1 or 2 paragraphs. Problem of the study, small 5 to 10 lines. Objectives may be just 2 or 3 lines. Hypothesis may be 2 or 3 lines, but majority will be research methodology. Limitations also, maybe just a paragraph, significance, maybe a paragraph, chapter scheme not required, and last one page maybe for references. So this is a proportionate, the weightage of the structure. If your project, you have a minor project, major project and a PhD thesis. If you have a major project and PhD thesis, then review of literature will become almost 7 to 10% of your research work, because that will lead you towards research gap. So ROL in that case should be 7 to 10%. Otherwise, it's just one paragraph or one or two paragraphs, and you just quote. You can merge it with introduction and quote if it is a research paper, but otherwise it will be full. Introduction will be one full chapter. Profile will be almost some running into some few pages. ROL will be at least 10% of your work. So this is the weightage which you have to give when you start your research work. Of course, majority everything is research methodology. More than 50 to 60% again you have to focus on research methodology. Limitations, significance and chapter schemes and references. All these almost you can say 4 to 5% of your research work can be given to each one of them. So 5% is 5% significance, chapter scheme, and references 10%. So this will be the weightage of your research work. Again, for different weightage also we can have, you know, a good level of interaction, maybe post session, if you will be interested in knowing. But that anyways you can find out as you go on reading the different work. Now what do you have to write? Let's discuss each structure, each point in detail. What you want to give when you write, what should you write when you're writing introduction? When you are writing introduction, you have to write about the subject background. Say if you are doing it on digital marketing, then you have to say marketing, what are the different you know, different strategies which are used for marketing a product. And now because of so many reasons, maybe because of COVID and maybe because digital net availability of internet and use of smartphones, etc., the popularity of digital marketing is gaining a lot of popularity, because there are so many factors which are favoring the digital marketing, the digital marketing concept. So you have to write the subject background. Then you have to write the topic background. Topic means now you have to write digital marketing. Otherwise, you are writing the subject background, that why this marketing and how it differs, normal marketing and brick and mortar sale and all differs and separates itself out from digital marketing. That's a subject background. Then you have to write core focus on topic background, that what do you mean by digital marketing? Earlier we were writing the different relevant information, that why we have come down to digital marketing, why digital marketing is supported very well by others because of the favorite, you know, because of the circumstances which has favored. Then we have to write the broad framework, need for research, why you are doing this research work, the conceptual framework, then the statement of the problem. After that, you need to go about identifying the work done by others in that particular area, assessing the literature. So you have to write what is the source of the literature, who are the authors, what other work they have published, is that piece of literature referenced elsewhere in the articles? Okay, when was the article published? Is it a recent article? Sometimes, you know, the articles, etc., is superseded by other articles. Like when in the year 2017, when the GST was replaced, when the act was replaced by GST, all the other indirect taxes, which we had, the excise duty and sales tax and etc., it was all replaced. So if you are having that level of reading, you know, you have read a lot of recent works, and if you realize that now sooner or later this entire act is going to repeal and maybe replaced by some other acts, that, you know, you have to keep yourself upgraded and you have to keep yourself well informed about these circumstances which may have a impact on your topic which you have chosen. Like we also had so many research students, because my core is actually accounting and finance. We had students who had come in 2016 15 16. They were going to do some topic on customs duty and excise duty, etc. But when we keep on reading that this government is likely to change the act, the possibility of repealing the entire act is quite high. You should restrict your research students to step into this area where, after 2 years, had somebody taken that topic of excise duty in the year 2016 and completed in the year 2019, what would be the purpose of doing this research work? Absolute waste of their 3 years. In fact, even if you go and answer in interviews that my topic was this, which I did in the area in the year 2016 and completed in 2019, people will not be even interested in listening to the what you have done in the topic, because it's absolutely redundant, absolutely of no use. So that's why the level of the foresight and the recent contemporary topics, that identification also is very, very important. So when you try to identify that topic, how to try to identify that topic? By doing lot of review of literature, and there is a systematic step for doing review of literature and upgrading yourself by reading newspapers and magazines, and reading to nowadays, so everything is in blogs, YouTube videos, so many social media information you can gather, because so many of them, they upload their own videos, YouTube videos on this channels, various channels. Okay, so let me also tell you, when you are doing review of literature, what is more important, because the first step which a guide gives, a research supervisor gives to a PhD student, a research student, is okay, go, you start doing the review of literature. And sometimes the student says that maybe the guide wants to just brag, or maybe right now time is not available, etc. That's what people have been. I've been interacting with so many research students, so they will feel, oh, my research supervisor has just given me, go and read some work. So they think that it's just bragging, or maybe delaying something. It's not like that. It's not like that. Remember, do not underestimate your research supervisors. And when they say that you go and review the literature, they actually mean that unless you review the literature, you will not get an idea of proceeding your research work. So now I will also try to tell you in brief, in just few minutes, that when you do review of literature, what kind of literature review you should do. You should read broader aspects. You read studies which has broader aspects. You should read studies which are related aspects to the work which you have chosen. And you should read studies which involve similar aspects. If you do all the three, that means your review of literature has been done perfectly and systematically. Now, what do you mean by broad? What do you mean by related? And how do you identify similar aspects of research? So for that, I'll give you an example. Suppose if you are doing a study in which you are comparing Amazon and Flipkart, if you want to see consumers' preferences of consumers to choose or to buy product from Amazon and Flipkart, if you want to do this type of study, then what will be the review of literature? For that, first you should go for broader aspects. Broader aspects means, what is Amazon and what is Flipkart? Both are e-commerce companies. Okay, so when you do e-commerce companies a study, you should know everything related to e-commerce companies. So that time you have to gather information about legal aspects in e-commerce, ethical issues in e-commerce, logistics in e-commerce, security issues in e-commerce, growth of e-commerce in India. These are the broad aspects. Is it covering anywhere Amazon and Flipkart? Do you see anywhere in these studies I've written Amazon and Flipkart? I've written everything about Amazon and Flipkart e-commerce companies. As an e-commerce companies, what are they? We are going. So we should know about all information related to the area which you are identifying. So this is called as a broader aspects. Then related aspects, then you see e-commerce companies may, now there are so many different types of sales. Yeah, you have a business to business, business to consumer, business to consumer. You have, these all B2B, B2C kind of things. So in e-commerce, these are the related things which you are expected to know. Then what are the emerging trends of e-commerce in India? You may also identify trend in certain populous countries. See, India is a populous country. So you may identify whether there are the same type of trends are observed in the other populous countries, or whether the same type, what are the trends which you are observing in country which are more technologically savvy compared to the other compared to our country. So these are the related aspects which you want to compare. Then what are similar aspects? So I said, if you want to do something about consumers' perception, you need to study whether any other person has done something else about identifying the perception of some other two different platforms. If that is done, is a study related to that being done by other researchers? So every study, every researcher, if they have done something on, say, Snapdeal and Jabong, if there are studies related to MobiKwik and Paytm, see, these are also a similar platform, two similar platforms. Ola and Uber, these are also two similar places. So has there been any study done earlier by other researchers for identifying the consumer's perception between two similar platforms? That you have to identify. Then if you see, it means you have done everything. E-commerce related small similar aspects, you have done broader terms, you have done related aspect studies. There is nothing left which you feel you should have covered in review of literature. So that is called as comprehensive study of work which you need to do. Then the third step for identifying for continuing or smoothly carrying on doing your research work is sampling. Now this is a very technical topic, but I will just tell you that when you do sampling, even if you appear for an interview, you have to know that what kind of sample size you are going to use for your research work. So that you need to discuss with the concerned statistician whose help you are going to take when you're doing your research work, or you can take the the help of your research supervisor to guide you in this. Then obviously after review of literature collection and identifying the sample, you need to collect the data. So data collection, different methods are there. Primary source of information, you have interview, survey method, etc. for data collection. But then data analysis, you have to do hypothesis testing by doing data analysis. The next step which you have is report writing. After analysis, you have to start writing report. Report writing can be again further divided into 5 different steps here. First, you have to do logical analysis of the subject matter. Now here also, it depends on the topic, whether you want to go for logical analysis or you want to go for chronological analysis. Logical analysis means step by step, come from the first point to how it has been derived, the last step. Chronologically means date wise, time series by events. You are mentioning that, oh, this like for COVID, you may have a chronological way of doing that. It started with this, then we had so many cases of COVID, then we had that black fungus, then we had Omicron. So all these different chronological events you can mention, and then you can go do this kind of research work. Then after logical or chronological analysis, you need to frame a broad outline, a rough draft, final draft, and always before appendix and after final draft, you have to write bibliography. So as I told you, chronological and logical, this is from simple concepts to complex. And here you have to see time of occurrence. Ethics plays a very important role nowadays. The the legality involved in you writing about somebody's work and not mentioning or not citing the other researcher, plagiarism, which we all popularly call as, without having your research thesis report, without doing the plagiarism check done, I think none of the universities, none of the funding agencies are accepting the project. So you have to get it done by proper using proper software. Do not go for the online softwares which are available. Though they are free, they are not able to identify, they are not able to find out whether the from where and how much of percentage of content has been plagiarized. So you should follow everything, in especially in literature review. Now another a question again comes up is when you're writing a literature review, it is automatically coming into a plagiarized, our plagiarism report. It's not like that. You have to change the words and you have to write. You cannot write the same words used by others in review of literature. You can cite quotations that you try to do it in introduction, but do not write exactly the same words when you're writing review of literature. So you should avoid fabrication, falsification, and other types of misconduct for a research work. And the last stage here, after doing all these work, achieving all these milestones one by one, what you seek for is you seek for citation and the impact factor of your work. Citation will come only when there is a breakthrough. You will not get, if your work is a normal routine research work, no, people will not cite you. You should not cite yourself all the time. Let others cite you. You should not praise your own self. So self-citation is advisable, but not for one or two, because when you write your name on Google Scholar, it is automatically reflected that you have cited your own work. So that will also not be allowed. So you have to cite, you have to ensure that your citation index increases. At the same time, when you are identifying publication, you have to identify publication of your research work. It should be in the high impact factor journals. Now, how do they identify, and what do you mean by impact factor? How the impact factor is identified, is calculated? It is citation in year 1 plus citation in year 2 if it is for 2 previous years. See, if the impact factor for an year is average citation of 2 previous years. So how many papers have been cited by others of that journal in year 1? How many papers have been cited by others of that journal, say journal X, for year 2? And out total papers published by the journal in year 1 and year 2. Say for example, journal X has published 50 papers in year 1 and 50 papers in year 2. Okay, out of the 50 papers in year 1, 25 papers are cited. 25 papers are cited in year 1. And 20 papers are cited in year 2. So 25 plus 20. 45 papers are totally cited. And how many published? 50 plus 50, 100. So 45 by 100. This is how the impact factor is calculated. Number of times the paper have been cited in year 1 plus cited in year 2, and the total by the total papers published in year 1 and year 2. This is how the impact factor has been calculated. Therefore, if you see, when you go for choosing the research journal, if you see the volume 47, volume 50, that means they have long trend of publication as well as citation. If you see volume 1, issue 1, that means earlier past they don't have any publications. If you see volume 2, volume 1, etc., even volume 7, 8, that also means that in past not so many papers have been published. Okay, few papers have been published. So try to identify the research journals which has been frequently published and volumes of that has been published, so that you also the scope of citation of your paper also enhances, improves, because people are aware that there's some journal like this. Then you have H index. Now what do you mean by H index? Suppose if I'll just let me give you an example to explain what is an H index. It is an author level metric that measures both productivity and citation impact factor of publication of research author. Now, how do you define that? Suppose if you have 2H index. 2H index means 2 research papers are cited at least 2 times. if you have 4 H index, it means 4 research papers are cited 4 times. So 4 papers and 4 times. Let us calculate this with this example. Suppose if you are an author, if the author is Dr. Sharma, Dr. Sharma has published paper A, paper B, and paper C. Paper A is cited 3 times. Paper B is cited 4 times. And paper C is cited 2 times. How do you calculate the H index of Dr. Sharma? Start with the highest. Start with the highest. Okay, highest is what? 4. How many times you see the word 4? 4 you have seen for only 4. Paper B is published 4 times. Paper B is cited 4 times. Any other is cited 4 times? No. That means the citation H index cannot be 4, because 4 papers should be cited at least 4 times. So here 4 times you are not seeing anything. Then go to the next 3. One paper is cited 3 times. Another paper is cited 4. That means more than 3 is cited 4. Okay, B is cited 4. That means it is more than 3. That means 2 papers are cited more than 3 times. 2 papers. But what is the parameter? Number of papers cited, same number of time. Matlab 4 paper 4 times, 2 paper 2 times. So here 3 papers are cited, but they are not cited 3 times. They are cited only 2 times. That means citation in H index 3 also ruled out. Then go to the next 2. 2 is cited 1 time, 2 time, because higher than 2, 3, and here also. So 2 papers are cited at least 2 times. Here they are cited 3 times, right? If you see, this is 2 plus 1, 2 plus 2, and 2 plus 0. So here they are cited 3 times, but it has to be at least 2 times. Here if you see here 3 plus 0, 3 plus 1, but third there is no 3. 3 has to be there. So 3 index cannot be possible. Here 2 plus 1, 2 plus 2, and 2 plus 0. So 2 is coming at least 2 times. That means your H index is 2. This is how your H index is calculated. So the more the number of citations of different papers you increase, your footprint and your visibility is going to increase in that level. Exactly similar kind you can calculate for I index. I10 index is to gauge the productivity of the author. It is an extension of H index. I index mein kya hai? The publication with at least 10 times. 10 times. So anything above 10 you can take. See, this is about 10. This is about 10. This is not about 10. And this is about 10. So 10 times each paper is 3 papers are 10 times. One paper 10 times above, another paper 10 times above, third paper 10 times above. So 3 papers are about 10. That means 3 H index. Sorry, this is not H, I10. By mistake, I have written here H. 3 I10 index. So this is how you have to calculate. You can calculate. Of course, Google Scholar does it automatically for your own self, but you should know at least. Your knowledge is very important. What is the meaning of impact factor? How you calculate? We say everything, but we should also know the basics of calculation. So this is what I thought I should explain you about the footprints, enhancing your footprints of the research work. And we can now have the session open for question answers. And I think I've completed dot on time allotted to me.
Yes, ma'am.
Dear participation, do you have some question regarding Kinari Thakkar Madam lecture? Dear participants, do you having some query, some question regarding Thakkar Madam lecture?
Okay, ma'am, I think everybody is asking you to send a PPT. That's what they want to see. That's what I can see in the chat box.
Okay.
I think, yeah.
The PPT of Thakkar madam, I will share you at evening time. I think so there is no any question. I would like to hand over this session to Samita madam for vote of thanks. Madam, please continue.
Okay. Okay, sir. I will request Saqib sir to please propose the vote of thank. Saqib sir?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hanji.
It's an honor to have been asked to offer a vote of thanks to Dr. Kinnari ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable time. You help us to choose the topic, the research topic. You simplified the thrust areas and selection of the title. Thank you for enlightening us with the basics of the research. You not only simplified the research for us, but motivated us to do more research. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you once again. Thank you so much for your valuable time, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Your outstanding lectures, as usual, you deliver so many from your bottom of your heart. Your informative lecture. The next session, thank you, ma'am. The next session of respected Dr. Janice Fernandez from London, Southampton University. Janice, ma'am, are you available?
Yes, I am. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, madam. Please continue, ma'am.
Okay.
The biodata reading of Janice Fernandez will be done by the Sakit Khan sir. Sakit Khan sir, please continue.
Okay.
Good morning, Janice ma'am. Nice to
Thank-
meet you always.
Thank you. Pleasure. Good afternoon.
Good morning, ma'am. I will request Khushbu Joshi from Sinhgad College of Commerce to introduce Janice Fernandez, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have with us Dr. Janice Fernandez. She is permanently working as an academic support librarian in University of West London, UK. She has completed her PhD from Tilak, Maharashtra, Vidyapeeth, Pune. Ma'am has more than 30 years of experience. I would like to highlight few skills of ma'am. She is dynamic and proactive in consumer service and interpersonal skills. Ma'am has the ability to work in team as well as to organize and supervise the work of others. Excellent written and oral communication skills, etc. Ma'am has received many awards. Few of them are awarded by National Acquisition Group UK in 2021, awarded by Gill Award in UK in October 18. She received Best Paper Award in 2014 by GNIMS Award, 5th National Research Conference, and many more. More than 10 papers are published nationally and internationally. I welcome you, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. A very good morning to all of you. First and foremost, thank you to Kishore and Waghmare brothers for the opportunity. Thank you to Dr. Kinnari ma'am and Dr. Abhijit for setting the trend of today's talks and the focus on research, but the focus on knowledge shared is knowledge gain. So I'm sure as you all gain some knowledge from us, we gain a lot from your interactions as well. So please keep the questions coming and please keep the discussions lively so that we all tend to benefit in the long run. Let me just begin by sharing my screen.
It is
Can you all
allowed
see
to.
my screen?
Yeah, it is allowed to share. Please share your screen.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Can you all see my screen? Okay, so let me begin. The topic that I would like to speak about today is about writing the literature review. Let me give you a little background of how I came about this. Since I am now currently based in the academic library of the University of West London, we do a lot of lectures for research students, not only at the doctorate level, but also at the postgraduate and the undergraduate level. There is a lot of stress on getting your research done right. There is a lot of stress on starting correctly so that as you go along in your research journey, you know that you have got it right, you have understood the concepts, and you are what we call an ethical researcher. This is my small contribution towards that journey of each one of you. And I hope that it benefits you all in the long run. So what I aim today to do is to explain what a literature review is really like and why it is written. Knowing the steps of a literature review, searching and finding relevant literature, identifying and evaluating literature, and then using that literature correctly. The 5 steps actually of information literacy by Cornell. So let's start at the very beginning. What is a literature review? If you have looked at doctoral dissertations, it is a whole chapter in that research process, in that research journey. If you have looked at smaller research articles, it would probably be a couple of paragraphs, or sometimes maybe just one large paragraph. However, anything connected with the research is always does actually have to have a literature review in a way, because you are actually standing on the shoulders of giants, and I am borrowing that from Google Scholar. You are beginning, not really beginning, you are sort of setting forth from the point where others have already done some research, and you are sort of continuing their research. So that's basically what you do in a literature review. So it is some words that I have actually put into bold to sort of say that's what it should be like. So it's a piece of academic writing. It should critically evaluate. It should demonstrate your subject knowledge. It explains your position in relation to the research that others have done, and it provides suggestions to research that others could do in the future. So you are somewhere in between on that research part, basically. It is an examination of various scholarly journals and articles, and it is a summarization and synthesis. Now, the next slide will tell you what, in my opinion, a literature review should not be. So a literature review is not a copy and paste of various abstracts. That we think is very easy to do, because you would then open up multiple tabs. Probably.
Sorry, Janice ma'am, I think a slide is not visible.
Is it not? I have shared the screen.
No, ma'am, your slide isn't visible.
None of the slides are visible? Could you, I think.
Yeah, now we can see. Now we can see.
Okay, yeah. I think that, okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Do you want me to go back from the first one? Can you see that one then?
Oh, ma'am, I think you can continue where you were.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's perfect, I think.
Fine. Okay, fine. I'll do this. Thank you. Okay, so what a literature review is not, it is not a copy and paste of various abstracts. And I would like to stress, because a copy and paste of abstracts of other people's articles is plagiarism. It is not a descriptive list or a summary of books or articles. It is not a bibliography, because you decide, you create your own bibliography when you decide what you are going to include in your literature review. It is also not just a big essay. There are words that really stress what a literature review is. One of it is critical and one is evaluation. So I would like you all to hold on to these 2 words when you think of literature review. Think of critical and think of evaluation. There are just 2 words, but these 2 words will encompass actually what it is all about. So why do we write a literature review? I gave some thought to this, and I sort of figured out that I could do research without a literature review. I could do research from point zero. I did not have to look at other people's research.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, but your slide is static. There's nothing. I'm sorry to interrupt. It's really.
Sorry, I can't see the share. Is that the reason?
Waghmare sir, do you have the access to share?
It is being shared though.
Oh.
Oh, I can see it says I'm viewing Kishore's screen. Is that the reason?
Yeah.
Madam, can you share from this? I'm sharing here, stopping here for share.
Yeah,
can you share?
Kishore, don't share my screen. I'll share it. So that should work, I think. Yeah.
May I help something?
No, I'll just go about it. Just a minute. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, it is appearing.
Yeah, I think both of us.
It's perfect. Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Please continue.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you can all see my screen.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, nothing. So, what am I supposed to do in the literature review? So, you are expected to show that you recognize the relevant and important research in your field, that you understand what research has been done by organizing and evaluating it, and most importantly, that you can see that in this research that has been done on your research topic, there is a gap, and so you sort of step in to fill the gap. I would like to visualize this probably as a staircase. So there is a staircase, and each step on that staircase is research that has been done by different people. You're climbing the staircase, but you now see that there is a step which is incomplete, or a step which can be then modified. So you are going to climb on that step, or you're going to stand on that step, and you're going to fill up that step. That's my visualization of what your research is all about. And that's what you're doing, what your literature review actually does. You are standing and you're sort of filling up the steps on this staircase of research. So we now come to the steps of a literature review. Okay, some of you probably know about this. Most of you probably have a very good idea. Some maybe not a very good idea, but let's just go through this whole process. So you start by selecting a topic. You would then define the search terms. You would search and evaluate resources. You would survey the literature. You would write down each analysis, and then you would write down the complete literature review. This process in a small research article might take a couple of days. This process in a doctoral dissertation takes a long time. You actually begin your literature research even before you have done your research proposal, and you would finish your literature review almost when you've done the bibliography. It is a process that goes side by side with your doctoral research. So you don't stop the literature review. It just continues on and on. It's a very solid learning curve. Let's look at the first step. Okay. So how do you select a topic? Okay. You look at your broad discipline. Okay. My discipline is library science. Inside library science, you look at a smaller discipline, maybe human resource management in library science, maybe infrastructure in libraries, maybe quality assessment in libraries. You sort of broaden from a very broad topic to a slightly narrow topic. You read background information, you brainstorm for ideas. Just a tip here, it is nice if you have you would have a mentor, that's your guide. would be nice to have like a buddy, somebody on your research journey. So when you research and read more about your topic of interest, you then define your topic from broad to narrow. So if I am then doing library and information science, and then I'm doing human resource management in libraries, and then maybe I'm coming down to some sort of an induction for new librarians. So I have now narrowed it down. When you narrow it down, ensure that your topic is manageable and that material is available. If you were doing, for example, historical research about the history of libraries in the UK, and it is a period, say maybe the 16th century, and you don't have enough information available, it is not in a format that can be accessible. If it is in a geographical area that you don't have connectivity to, if the methodology was such, maybe it was oral interviews at that time, and there is no record kept of those oral interviews, then you need to rethink your topic. Keep a written journal of your progress right from the first day that you even think that you would like to do some research. It's good to have a journal and write down everything that you see, hear, read, think about. And one of the most important things, and I would like to say this to everyone on the research journey, enjoy your research. If you are not passionate about the topic that you select, if you are not passionate about your area of research, it is just going to be another assignment for you and you would not enjoy it. If you are passionate about it, it stays with you. The next step in the literature review would be to define the search terms. And the reason that you define your search terms is because you are then going to find more information based on these search terms. It is very important to decide what you are going to search and what you're going to limit yourself to at this point. So you make a list of useful keywords and phrases as you read. So if I was then searching from library and information science to human resource management in libraries to induction for new librarians, I would then look at some sort of useful keywords, maybe some sort of tasks, or what you do, or how you learn, or what you need to know, various documents to be filled, something of that sort. And then I would look for various organizations which have these procedures in place, and then I would start looking for search terms based on this. You also need to consider synonyms, relationships, and delimiters. For example, of course, your geographical range, as I spoke about, or if you have a time period like a date. And you then establish a pattern of search terms. So as you go along, you will find some sort of a link. So you probably go from library, say maybe to academic libraries, to you might narrow it down to a college library or a school library, and then you would go into it. We always wonder how many search terms. It's up to you to decide. It is up to you to maybe take many search terms and then narrow it down to few. It's up to you to maybe take a smaller and then find the other way around. I always advise researchers that your first point of research is your library catalog. In the university where you have registered for your research, or in the university or library that you work in, because this information is available to you. This is the first door that you need to open. And I think as researchers, I am also guilty of this. We sort of look at large organizations and we keep stressing that we need to go there and look at their information. Definitely you need to do, but why don't you start at home first? Start with your own library catalog. The other thing is that your library catalog also provides options for open access. You have DOAJ, the Directory of Open Access Journals. You have DOARB, the Directory of Open Access Books. You have Google Scholar, which is really good peer-reviewed academic research articles. You can then go on to other paid resources that other organizations might have, like ProQuest or JSTOR or EBSCO. As far as possible, try and look for primary sources. So there will basically is primary, secondary, and tertiary literature. Try and look for primary sources. Try broader terms first. I have put in, I don't know how visible it is, but that's a view from the library catalog of the University of West London. And if you type in a search term, just like how Google does, it would give you over a lakh of resources. But there are delimiters on the left side, and then you can narrow down your search. For example, if you were doing research on a journal article, but you're only looking at something relevant for the past, say, 5 years or so, or maybe even closer, you can then narrow down your search. Or if you're looking for any of the other delimiters, probably in a different format, probably full text, peer reviewed, only journal articles, only book reviews, for example, and any of those might work. You also think of synonyms, and I have used words basically because I am a music librarian. So, but then in your own field, you would find that synonyms sometimes will also give you the same search results, and you have online dictionaries full of synonyms. You think of abbreviations, and I was looking at DSP, and I looked at DSP and I said DSP has multiple meanings. So when you put in an abbreviation, you need to figure out that you're using the abbreviation, but you might also get results not related to your search. Then you have Boolean operators and not or. I think all research students should be familiar with Boolean operators so that you can widen or narrow down your search. So technology and music technology, music industry. Truncation, use truncation. Often it happens that when we are doing search, we just put in the word and then we get like that lakh and a half of results, and then we look at the first few and then we move on. But we don't realize that all of these options will help us to better your search results, to get more precise results out of your search. So if you are using truncation like star, or if you are using quotation marks, you can put it together as one word. And my classic example is music industry, because if you were saying music industry without the quotation marks, it would throw up all results where the word industry is related, but you're not looking for industry, you're just looking for music industry. So it's good to put that into quotation marks. And of course, wildcard that pulls out all other options that might be there. So now you have found from this 1.5 lakh of resources. Oh, before I say that, I should also stress on the fact that preferably try not using Google, use Google Scholar or Google Books, because you are looking at academic writing. And of course, I'm sure all of us are aware of fake websites, unauthentic information, accuracy, reliability, and stuff that your websites might just go away. I think there has been enough that has been said about that. But I do want to stress that Google is maybe your last option or your first option to sort of gauge your understanding if you want that. But you would not like to use Google as a point of reference in your reference. Okay. That being said, let's now come to evaluating your resources. So, you've now found from this 1.5 lakh, you found some resources, maybe 20, 30, 40. 40 is too many. And so what do? You sort of try and narrow them down to what are most relevant to your research. So you pick up an article. Who is the author? Is the source authentic? Is it from an academic journal? Do you think the information is accurate? Do you think the methodology that was used is sound? Is there a proper testing method? Is there were there surveys handed out and filled in and brought back? And was that data collected and collated and analyzed? Was there a good methodology used, or was it just random? Is the information biased? And you sometimes see that there is, how should I say it? I have seen research articles where there has been bias, probably bending towards a certain area, and you do not want that. You're starting your research. You want unbiased research to start from. And of course, how relevant is it to your topic of research? What you found, you found 40 articles from, say, 20 from Google Scholar and 20 from DOAJ. How many of these are really relevant to what you're trying to research? Is it too old? If you're looking at articles where you speak about the status of libraries in the international scenario today, and are you looking for an article from 1982? Is that relevant? Is it too old? Does it provide enough coverage? Especially if your research topics are very current. If you're talking about technology, it has to be now, as of now. If you are talking about historical research, it has to be of that era. So depending on your research topic, you decide the time. You then survey the literature. And when I mean survey, it's two different things. You just go through it and then you actually read it. Try doing it this way, because sometimes, because of lack of time, we tend to rush through this part, but this part is what forms the basis of your whole research. If you see, the literature review in your research cycle is a very important bit. So when you survey your literature, try and critically evaluate, try and find out whether it agrees. So you've taken an article and you're reading it. What do you want to look for? You want to look for, is this something new? Is this something that you have read? What is the evidence? Are there gaps in it? Think as you read, how is the text relevant to your research? Do you think that this could be one of those articles which will sort of get you thinking? Because that's the idea of literature research review. This article should sort of get you thinking, get your brain cells working more. So from those 40 articles, you have now figured out that 27 of them are good for your research. So you put them at the side, whether electronically or in print form, preferably electronically, let's say paper. Put them down in folders, maybe folders based on your search terms, so it becomes easier for you. Try and be systematic right from the beginning, so that towards the end you're not rushed, you're not stressed, and then you're not all over the place trying to find out where is that paragraph from that article that I read 4 weeks ago. So when you write down your analysis, first, I would suggest that you go through the abstract. Just read the abstract first. The abstract itself will give you an idea, an indication of what the research is all about. You then determine the main ideas and the methodology. You then see if the author has looked at it from a different perspective. You then look for gaps in the research, you now will read the complete article. And when I mean read, it's read and understand and assimilate and reread if you need to. That's why I stress you read a second time, because the first time you read and enjoy the article. The second time you start critically evaluating the article. So you will then summarize and evaluate the source. You will paraphrase, and I think Dr. Kinnari Thakkar has explained paraphrasing, but I will stress on that as well. You will definitely take notes. So what paraphrasing is all about is paraphrasing makes sure that you are not into plagiarism. That's the base of it. So when you put your research article through Turnitin or through any other plagiarism software, what the software does is the software looks for similarities. If you change words, if you do a copy and paste and change words, Turnitin is clever enough to know what you're doing. If you use synonyms, Turnitin is still clever enough to know what you're doing. What you need to do is you need to read a paragraph, not only write it in your own words, but you need to write your ideas into it. So then Turnitin knows that this is definitely not plagiarism. Take notes at every stage, and that's my personal experience and my very strong advice to each researcher. Take notes at every stage. Our brain can only assimilate and keep that much information. If you look at the hard disk of the brain, after a while, some of it has evaporated after a while, and then I think the stress sets in, because you're sort of struggling to try to remember what you read, where you read it, what was the source, and I wonder whether I can get that back. It's a good idea to keep notes right from the beginning. And of course, citations. So there's two bits to citations, and I hope that in the next lecture that I will do with Waghmare brothers, I would like to talk about this a little bit more. So I hope you would all be there on that one as well. But citations has two bits. So it's in-text citations and referencing, or the bibliography at the end. And both of those have to match. Both of those have to be correct. So make sure that you have all those in the right place. The other part of the rest of your literature review. So you are now organizing the literature according to common themes. So you move from general to specific. As I said, you're talking about libraries, and then you're coming down to maybe a school library, and then you're coming to maybe human resource development, and then human resource development in a school library. So you're sort of going from broad to specific. You are showing your relationship between the chosen topic and the wider subject area. You're using language to show confidence. So this is one of the things. So you say that, say Smith 2014 suggests that, okay, or Smith 2014, I'm talking about in-text citation. Smith 2014 suggests that there is a strong relationship between motivation and better performance. If you're not sure, then use cautious language. Aim for precision, get straight to the point, because there is often a word count, especially if you are doing smaller research articles. There will always be a word count. So make sure that all the words that you use really count. Use a mix of long and short sentences. So it's a report, so you have to be impersonal. It has to be from the point of view of writing in third person. And use your own voice to comment on the literature. So when you comment on it from the point of view of a third person, but use your own bits into it. So that makes that research your own. So there are three bits to writing a research review, a literature review. You write an introduction, you write a main body, and you write a conclusion. So when you write an introduction, it is just a brief bit, and you speak about your topic, your subtopics, and why you're sort of looking at that research. In your main body, you will have in-text citations, logically arranged, giving arguments of what your authors are actually talking about, why they're talking about that, and what you think is the gap in that whole thing. And then you have a sort of conclusion at the end, which explains the gaps and then supports that no research has previously been done on this topic, and hence this researcher would probably like to contribute. At the end of your literature review, you have references, and references in the expect style. So there is probably a Harvard reference, there is an AAPA style. You have to look at what reference style is expected of you. That will be in the rules and regulations. For example, if it is doctoral dissertation, it will be in the university website. Cite them right is a very good site that explains how you do citations correctly, and I would suggest that you go to that one. So now we come to some of the challenges in this whole maze of the literature review. No time, very difficult, information not available. We could do so many of those. But yes, sometimes the information is not available, and the information which is available may not be free. There might be a bias in selection. For example, you might just look at journal articles, you might not look at grey literature or government reports. It is difficult to evaluate resources, because then that's your own thinking cap that you need to put on, your own understanding of it. There might be a lack of direction, guidance, and understanding. Along with a mentor, I always like to have a buddy, somebody who sort of pushes you on to complete your research within the deadline. It's good to have a buddy. Some people think that they have no time to do the literature review. Some people might think it's a waste of time. It's neither of these. You need to allocate time for the literature review in your whole research process. And of course, copyright and IPR, and we will definitely speak about those as well at some point in another forum, in another session. But it is very important to realize that you are not into plagiarism, that you are giving due to whoever has written that article. You are acknowledging the research of another researcher. I always think that literature review provides you with amazing opportunities, and I would like researchers to hold on to these, because this is your base. This is what you need to think. If you want to think positively and proactively, this is what you need. Some research work has already been done. You are not reinventing the wheel. You are not starting from scratch. You were just standing on the shoulders of giants. You love the research topic that you have selected. You're passionate about it. It is exciting. It is enlightening. You are building information bridges and networks. You are filling up the gaps in that stairway. Think of yourself there. You personally benefit from this whole process, because you sharpen your own analysis, your own critical analysis. You learn how to review a journal article. You learn how to think in different ways, and you better your writing skills, because you now write like an academic. So you are focused, determined, clear, and from all those notes that you make, and it's the journal that you keep as you go along your progress, you are systematic. In my own personal experience, I think after I completed my doctorate, I turned out to be a better person. I realized it myself because I was now more planned, more systematic, more taking down notes. It sort of changes your way of life. So look at research not just as submitting an article and being done with. No, look at research as changing something within you. Look at research as one more step on your personal journey. That's a little bit of how a reference list should be like, but I would definitely focus on that another time. You need to use uh, maybe an APS style or a Harvard style, and you need to do it exactly as the style suggests. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts on this amazing topic and to add value to the profession of librarianship. And I'm happy to take on any questions.
I can't see any question, ma'am. Thank you, Janet Fernandez, ma'am. Thank you for your valuable time. You simplified the literature review for all of us. You showed us how to manage the research topics. You definitely ignited the passion for research in us. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for such informative session, and thank you for your valuable time. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Shivani, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please take a chair.
Sure. Thank you, Saqib sir. Thank you, Janice ma'am. Waghmare sir, are we ready with the third technical sessions person?
I would like to thank you first, the Janice Fernandez madam. As usual, the lecture is outstanding and very informative lecture have been delivered. Again, thanks for behalf of the Sinhgad College as well as from behalf of the Shri Waghmare Brothers NGO and private event management company. The third session of Dr. Mangala Hirwade madam. I would like to give the biodata reading to the Shivani madam. Shivani madam, please continue.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So now we start with our third technical session. To introduce all of you, Dr. Mangala Hirwade, we have Professor Faria Siddiqui from Sinhgad College of Commerce. She will introduce you to the third technical session resource person.
Thank you, Shivani ma'am. A very good afternoon to one and all present over here. I, Professor Faria Siddiqui, feels a great pleasure in introducing you to our third technical resource person, Dr. Mangala Hirwade. Ma'am is a PhD in library science and has an experience of 27 years. She's presently working as an associate professor in Department of Library and Information Science, RTM Nagpur University. She has worked at Shivaji Science College, Nagpur as a librarian for 6 years and also at a Patent Information System Nagpur for 11 years. Ma'am has presented papers at USA 2009, South Africa 2011, and Sri Lanka 2010 and 2011. She's also chaired a session on IPR and copyright at the 7th International Conference, Sri Lanka. She's also delivered more than 400 lectures as a resource person in refresher, orientation courses, and in sponsored by UGC, AICTE, and CBSE, and many other institutes promoting awareness about intellectual property rights and open access. She's also recognized as a PhD supervisor at RTM Nagpur University and SGB Amravati University. She has guided 33 students for AMPhil research work and 62 students for M-Library project work. She is also a member of Board of Studies of RTM Nagpur University, SGB Amravati University, and Gondwana University. She has 5 books, 12 edited books, 55 papers in national and international journals, and 92 papers in conference proceeding published to her credit. She has been associated with UNESCO SALIS Information Literacy Interactive Portal for South Africa 2007-2008, UNESCO Handbook on Open Access published in English, German, and Chinese, and Encyclopedia of Cyber Behavior as content writer. She has completed 1 minor research project of UGC, 1 minor research project, and 1 ICSSR research project. She is a recipient of 2011 Emerald Indian Alliance Research Fund Awards UK, PV Varghese Best Paper Award 2002, ILA New Delhi National Level, Grand Mitra Puraskar 2010, Shiksha Ratan Puraskar Best Paper Award at NAC sponsored National Conference at Hislop College, Nagpur. She is also associated with 4 national journals as editorial board member. She is also a life member of professional associations like ILA, VLA, LISA, SALIS, and many more. So we welcome you on board, ma'am. Over to you.
Thank you so much.
Good morning,
good
madam.
af-
Good afternoon, good afternoon. Sorry, madam.
Good afternoon.
Welcome, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, sir. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. And today I'm going to talk on a very important topic from research point of view, and that is actually fundamentals of intellectual property rights. Okay. In today's talk, I'm just giving you some idea about various facets of intellectual property rights. And see, research is a very important part of academia. And of course, when you invent anything, there should be legal protection for that, isn't it? So I'm going to talk on fundamentals and various facets of intellectual property rights today. I would just like to share the screen. Is it visible to you?
Yes, madam. Please continue.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So today, the topic is actually intellectual property rights. Okay. And I would like to start with this slide. See, friends, God has given brain, imagination, and creativity to human being. And Mother Nature has blessed us with abundant of physical and biological resources. So by using these two gifts, humans started creating new invention and his own world. But in the earlier era, the creations fell in public domain. Okay. But now, as on today, we have a legal mechanism to protect our research, and that is intellectual property rights. Now, what intellectual property is? Intellectual property is actually the activities of the human intellect, and it is the creation of human mind, human brain, that is called as intellectual property. See, we have various types of properties like movable property, immovable property. Likewise, today we have intellectual property, and that has to be protected legally. That is intellectual property rights. Now, see, sometimes there is confusion in the mind of the researchers or the common people. They don't know actually what are the facets, various facets of IP are there. What is patent? What do you mean by trademark? What do you mean by industrial design? Okay. So when there is no clarity of ideas, then such thing happen. See, what he is saying, all I asked was, can I patent my copyrighted trademark? So there should not be any confusion in the researcher's mind about various facets of intellectual property rights and which facet is used for which benefit. Okay, that is the very important aspect. And today I am going to talk on all these things. The intellectual property is broadly divided into two basic categories. The first one is industrial property and the other one is copyright and related rights. See, under industrial property, you have 4 branches, that is patent for inventions, trademark for goods and services. There is one more, that is industrial design, and the 4th one is geographical indications. And the other domain is copyright and related rights. See, the creative expressions of your work can be copyrighted, isn't it? And it is a monopoly right to the copyright holder. See, what is covered under copyright? See, writings, musical works, dramatic works, audiovisual works, paintings and drawings, sculptures, then photographic works, architectural works, sound recordings, even the performances of the artists, musicians, singers can be copyrighted. And of course, there are some broadcasting rights also. These also come under copyright and related rights. See how to use copyrighted works for your research work. That is the question over here. You can use the copyrighted works under fair use category, isn't it? There is a provision in Copyright Act regarding fair deals, that is fair use of copyrighted works. See, if you are using the copyrighted works for your research purpose, for your teaching learning purpose, that is the non-commercial purpose, with some conditions by the copyright holder. That means brevity condition is there, means only small portions of the copyrighted works should be used for research, and that should be duly acknowledged. See, suppose take an example of Google Images. If you are using Google Images and if you are not reading the copyright statement, that means it may land you in a trouble, right? So whenever you use the things, you should read that copyright statement, right? So you can use the copyrighted works with brevity and with proper acknowledgement, and that will not create any loss to the copyright holder. Then that is the fair use purpose. Now I am coming to industrial property. That is, what are inventions, then what is trademark, what is industrial design, and what are geographical indications. There are some other factors also which are associated with this intellectual property rights, like protection of life forms, traditional knowledge, domain names, digital copyright, integrated circuits, and plant varieties and farmers' rights. Now, friends, see, when property is there, then there will be ownership. Okay, so property is there, there will be ownership, right? When it is intellectual property, then it becomes IPR. When you have an idea and you express it in a tangible medium, then it becomes the matter of copyright. Then if you have the idea, you have innovation and invention, you can claim for a patent. If you have an idea and it gives you the alarm about the identity and quality of the product, then that can be the trademark. And when you have the idea and there is a special appearance, attractive appearance of the commodity, that can be protected under industrial design. And suppose if you do not want to disclose your invention, you want to keep it confidential. In IPR terminology, it is called as trade secrets. Now, we will see, this is a simple picture of a bike, isn't it? Now we will see how this single commodity is protected under intellectual property rights from various directions. You can see this is the shape of the seat, isn't it? It can be the matter of industrial design. You can also see there will be a booklet or manual along with this bike when you purchase, that can be copyrighted. Then the actually technology used in this bike, that is the patentable matter. And of course, this is got the market value. that is the brand name that is called as trademark. So in this way, a single commodity can be protected under IPRs from several directions. And of course, you all are familiar with this brand of cold drink, that is Coca-Cola. And they have not taken any patent for Coca-Cola because they do not want to disclose their formula. Then likewise, you can see this is pressure cooker and it has got patent rights, designs, copyright and trademarks. Likewise, Nikon is there, the trademark, and attractive and appealing look of this camera can be the matter of industrial design, and actually the technology functioning of the camera can be patented. Now, similar way, when you search the patent databases with the keyword television, then you will get n number of patents, isn't it? That is the technology advancement. As far as India is concerned, this IPR department comes under Ministry of Commerce and Industry and Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. And CG, that is Controller General, is the head of the organization. See, this industrial property, it comes under Ministry of Industry, but copyright registrations under Ministry of Human Resources Development. As far as India is concerned, you can see this is the official homepage of IPR office, and here from these links you can get the details. And I'm from Nagpur, and it's a proud thing for us Nagpurians that we have got RGNII PM in our city, that is Rajiv Gandhi National Institute of Intellectual Property Management. It is the institute of international level, and they impart advanced training programs in IPR regime. And from this public search, you can access all the databases regarding IPRs from this particular link as far as India is concerned. Now, this is a statistics to give a rough idea how the applications for patent, design, trademark, and GI and copyright are increasing day by day. Okay, that means the people are getting more aware about these IPR concepts nowadays. Now, we will see one by one. What is patent? Patent is a grant of exclusive right provided by government to the patentee in exchange of his invention for a limited period of time for making, using, selling, importing products, or process of producing the products, or authorizing others to do so. This is actually the basic definition for a patent. So it is an exclusive right given by the government to the patentee for a limited period of time, and that term of patent is 20 years. Okay, and every year you will have to renew that patent. If you fail to renew that patent, then the patent will come under public domain. Anybody can use your invention without your permission. Okay, so this is important about the basic thing about the patent. Okay, so patent gives you the right to exclude others from making, using, selling, offering for sale, or importing the claimed invention for 20 years. Now, as far as India is concerned, there are 4 offices of patent registrations: Chennai, Delhi, Mumbai, and Calcutta. Okay, and their jurisdictions are decided like the people from AP, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, and Pondicherry, they will go to Chennai office for their applications. Okay, then there are various acts we have. Like we have the Patent Act of 1970 and amended time to time. Then Designs Act 2000, Trademark Act 1999, then Geographical Indications Act, Copyright Act, then Layout Designs of Integrated Circuits Act, Biodiversity Acts, and all. And this is a study that is, these 10 are the top 10 academic institutions and university in India as far as patent applications are concerned. Then the very first one is IIT, then Chandigarh University, then Shulini University, Amity University, and all. Now, what is patentable? Okay, a patent is granted for an invention. See, invention is very important. There is a difference between invention and discovery, right? So a patent is granted for an invention which may be related to any process or product. There can be a process patent or a product patent. And the word invention has been defined under the Patents Act 1970 as amended from time to time. An invention means a new product or process involving an inventive step and capable of industrial application. See, these two things are important. Inventive step, and it should be capable of industrial application. And inventive step is the feature of an invention that involves technical advance as compared to existing knowledge, or having economic significance, or both, making the invention non-obvious to a person skilled in art. See, as far as technology advancement is concerned, I think this slide is self-sufficient. You can see this telephone, and now we have in 4th generation mobiles and 5th generation. Okay, so at every step there is technology enhancement, technology development, technology advancement. So for every step there will be the patent process. Then we have faced pandemic since last 2 years. Okay, so there are some initiatives or inventions like this. See, this is the elevators, and you can see the buttons are given that will be operated by the foot. Okay, you can see this is an invention. Then this is also a new application during Corona period, and this is hand sanitizer stand will be there. Okay, and it is operated by your leg. Then you can see this is also to avoid your fingers touch. This is contactless screening module. Okay. Then some IIT students, they made face masks from plastic bottles to fight COVID-19. Okay, so such inventions are there. See, for getting patent, there should be innovation and invention. Okay, there are 3 basic criteria where you can claim the patent. The first one is there should be novelty. Novelty means new thing is there in your invention. The second one is innovation. That is, you have discovered some innovative use of the same technology. And see, you can see this is the butter stick, and like glue stick you can use to spread the butter. Innovation. And the third criteria is, see, novelty, innovation, and the third criteria for getting the patent is problem solving criteria. That is, if there is any problem in the society and you invent some device or some solution for that, that can be patentable. See, now take the example of safety pin. This is a very small invention which has got the patent in 1849. The patent number is US 6281. And Walter Hunt, the patentee, sold his patent rights to the safety pin for $400. Okay, so this is a very small invention, and when you search safety pin, keywords in SpaceNet database. See, this is the screen showing the SpaceNet database, that is European patent database. It is one of the largest patent database in the world. Okay, so for safety and PIN, I received 1126 results. So you may think how it is possible for such a small invention. 1126 patents are there. Yes, there is a provision of design patents also. You can see the pictures over here. And under design patents, it is valid for 14 years. And one more thing is there, here you need not renew the patent every year. So these are some design patents. Likewise, Moore Pushpin company, they have applied for the push pins, okay, the patent, and they got the patent in 1899. And you can see Mr. Edwin Moore founded a new company with only $112, and his first sale was 1 gross of push pins for $2. The next order was for $75, and his first big deal was $1,000 for Eastman Kodak Company. Okay, and similarly, if you give the keywords push and pin in SpaceNet database, then 187 patents were retrieved, and these are also the design patents, and you can see these patents. Then Velcro. See, this is also a very important invention, and it is used in various industries. Okay, so George T. Mistral, a Swiss engineer, he invented that thing. See, this is one of the fruit, you can see, and he analyzed that thing, and he invented this Velcro, and he got the patent also for that particular invention. Now, the third criteria for getting patent is problem solution approach. And I will show you a simple example, and you will come to know how you can claim for patents. See, this is bicycle stand, isn't it? But there is an invention regarding this, and this is vertical bicycle stand. So here, 50% of the space in market area is saved over here. So that is actually the problem solving approach. Then our pharmaceutical industries are also doing research on time release tablet. Okay, so this is also a very useful invention. Then when you search the patent databases, you will get some funny patents also, right? See, this is mustache guard. It was awarded, granted patent in 1876. Okay, you can see this is also animal ear protectors. See, these are patents. Then there is portable bath capsule. Okay, then you can see one more, that is beer brilla. You can see it is self-explanatory. Then this is junior gel. It has got US patent. Okay, to use, simply place the baby on his back, secure the torso barrier, and strap in those cute little fluttering feet. Now take your time, relax. Junior isn't going anywhere. So this is also one of the patent, and this is actually blessing. Embrace innovation. Okay, this is the thermal bag actually for prematured children. Now you can see this is actually, this was the case. Aisha is a baby girl who weighted only 1.1 kg at birth. Her father and mother lost their first 2 babies due to lack of proper medical care. They saved every single penny they had so that their third child would be born in a city hospital. And it was a 4-hour walk from their village. So Aisha had a very low chance of survival and was kept in an incubator under observation for 10 days. However, as her parents' savings ran out, it was not possible to extend her stay in NICU. And it was at that point that Aisha was placed in Embrace infant warmer for thermal support. After about a month, she gained sufficient weight and was able to go to home with her parents. So such kind of inventions are really blessings to mankind. See, this is one of the patent from US, the systems and methods to regulate body temperature. Okay, now I'll skip this. What cannot be patented? Okay, so those which are not inventions, and second one is invention relating to atomic energy cannot be patentable. See, there are some definitions given for non-patentability. That is the clause number 3A of the Act says that an invention which is frivolous, that is not obvious, or which claims anything obviously contrary to the well-established natural laws. Okay, so that cannot be patented. Then method of theft injuring human beings and methods of adulteration of food cannot be patented. Then third C says that the mere discovery of a scientific principle or the formulation or discovery of any living thing or non-living substance occurring in nature cannot be patented. C equals to MC square. This formula, it can be copyrighted, but it does not come under patent. Then salt, esters, ethers, metabolites, polymorphs, isomers, mixtures of isomers are not patentable. Then you can see a substance obtained by mere admixture of components, that is aggregation of properties. Then process for producing such substance cannot be patented. Then mere arrangement and rearrangement and duplication of known devices cannot be patented. And of course, treatment of human beings and animals on the earth, may it be medicinal, surgical, curative, then diagnostic, therapeutic, cannot be patented. Then of course, algorithms, then mathematical or business methods, computer programs, they come under copyright. Okay, so they are excluded from patenting. And of course, this is also the matter of copyright, that is literary, dramatic works, musical, cinematography, television products, drawings, paintings, multimedia. So these all come under copyright protections. So these are excluded from patenting. Then schemes, rules, methods of playing games, teaching methods, these are also not patented. Then a presentation of information, of course, this is also the matter of copyright, so excluded from patenting. Then topography of integrated circuits, it has got a different branch, integrated circuits, and inventions which are related to atomic energy, and you have the government secrecy directions, then this cannot be patented. Okay. Now, the plants and animals in whole or a part on the earth cannot be patented. And of course, traditional knowledge that we all know from generations to generations, that haldi has got an antiseptic property. Okay, and then this is amla. It is also very good for health. Then neem is also there. So it is our traditional knowledge, and it is already disclosed knowledge, and this is not fulfilling the criteria of novelty. Okay, so it is excluded from patenting. Then methods of agriculture and methods of horticulture are also excluded from patenting. Then you can see, as far as India is concerned, the trend of getting patent applications is increased. Okay. Then when you file a patent application, it will go through various stages. That is, it will be published. Then you will have to request for the examination of patent. Meanwhile, after publishing, if you get some queries or oppositions, then you need to overcome all those oppositions Okay, and if there is a negative decision in hearing, then it may be refused at the filing stage itself. Then you have to request for examination. Then first examination report up you will get. Then there are also some oppositions over here at this stage also. Then you have to file the response. You have to answer those queries, and then you will be getting the patent grant. So it is a lengthy process, and you must know about WIPO, that is World Intellectual Property Organization. This is the homepage for WIPO, you can see. And this is an international organization, and it is doing substantial work in the IPR regimes, international level. They are also providing you some open access intellectual property databases, like you can see here, patent scope is there. And see, this is the page of patent scope, and you can make the searches. See here, I have given the key term COVID-19, and I received this many patents from patent scope. Okay, you can see the patents on COVID-19. It is also, you can see on the screen, this is the homepage of US PTO, that is United States Patent and Trademark Office. You can see their IP policy, and you can also, from this link, you can also search the patent database from your patent public search. And there is one more facet regarding this IPR, that is plant varieties and farmers' rights. And in order to provide for the establishment of an effective system for the protection of plant varieties, okay, and to protect the farmers' rights, there is one office in India. It is situated at New Delhi, and we also have PPV and FR Act for regulating this particular concept. And you can see this is the office, and this is the home page. Okay, here the new breeds of the plant varieties are protected or registered. Suppose if you have an invention in your mind, then what care you should take? The very first one is you should go through the existing literature. You have to make the thorough study of literature review, and you should prove that invention is new, so it is patentable. So the very basic thing is you must assure yourself that you have invented something new. The second important precaution is the invention should be kept secret until the date of filing, and better not to publish the invention or even that disclose to any third party before applying for a patent. Okay, so don't share your invention with anybody, don't publish it, and first go and file it. See, there is a provision of there is a facility of provisional patent. So after filing, you will get the application number, and you will get time of 12 months to develop that particular patent. Okay, so that is called as provisional patent. Then you should make yourself aware that your invention should not be more complex than the problem merits. See, it is stone crusher, and if it is done with this small instrument, what is the need of such complex instrument? Okay, so there is one more thing: the inventor should understand the problem fully. Here, in patent documents, you have to write the claims. Okay, and for writing the claims, there should not be any confusion in your mind. So that is the basic thing. And of course, why we are doing all these things? Because there should be demand for invention. See, there was a famous movie of Amir Khan, that is Three Idiots. And in the last scene of that Three Idiots, his friend says, अरे तू वही वांगुड़ी है जिसके नाम पे 400 पेटेंट्स है एंड पूरा जापान जिसे ढूंढ रहा है. So there should be a demand for your invention. That is a very important thing. See, this man has invented a novel trouser having 3 legs. Okay, but novelty is there, but is there any utility of it? Whether there will be a demand for such invention? No. So you should avoid. Then the inventor should have realistic idea of the value of the invention. And I would like to mention this man. He is Dr. Mashelkar, ex-CEO of CSIR, and he has given a valuable contribution in IPR field in India. He had given Panchashil for India, that is child-centered education, woman-centered family, human-centered development, knowledge-centered society, and innovation-centered India. And of course, when creativity is there, invention will be there. Invention is innovative, then you can claim for patent. But if the patent is not exploited in the industry, then the cycle of development will not be completed. So that is actually the thing. And of course, anybody can apply for patent, and there is no age bar for getting the patent. See, this is a newspaper clipping, and this is a 10-year boy. He got the patent for inventing a fantasy game. Then these are the popular inventors having multiple number of patents in their name. And you can see this is the famous person, Thomas Edison, and he is having 1093 patents in his name. Okay. And see how the patents are granted. See, this is a small thing. What it is? It is actually a sealing tag for bread packets, you know. And for such small thing, there are number of patents granted in various countries. You can see these things. And this is also president's patent because it is in the name of Abraham Lincoln. Then you can see this man is getting the award, receiving the award of best patent in India. Okay, and these are all certifications are there. And this award is given by NRDC New Delhi. And this is a big moment for him. And his invention was, he was working in a chemical factory, and he has invented a pillar closure for these chemical gallons. Okay, so that was his invention. And of course, this is the image of an eye, and that too cat eye. And as you all know, it shines in dark. Okay, so that was the inspiration for a scientist, and he invented these cat eyes. It is also a blessing who travel in the night, right? Then as far as patent is concerned, first come first basis serving is there. So you should not miss the boat. If you have invention in your mind, go to the patent office and first file the patent. Okay. So these are some databases you can search. These are open access databases. You will be getting full text free patents over here. And this is ExpressNet, that is European patent database. And see, I have searched it for the keywords tablet computer. Okay, and I retrieved 2081 results for that. And these are the results. You can see this is advanced search option, and these are the patents received. See, patent is a technical document, and the first part is bibliographic data. Here all the details are given for bibliographic data. Then abstract will be there. Then full specification will be there. And then last part will be the claim. That means which monopoly rights you want to demand for that particular invention. And of course, figures will also be there. So this is the example of US patent. You can see these are the drawings. This is the complete specification. And these are the claims. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So multiple claims and they have given in this patent. Every country has their own national patent database, national patent office. And of course, we also have, and from this public search link, when you click on this links, you will be directed to the full text databases. See, this is Patent Register of India, and you can see this is Indian patent document. And this is advanced search option, and you can see for computer keyword 4723 patents are retrieved over here. See, this is bibliographic data, then complete specification and application status will be displayed over here in this way. Okay, this is the complete specification. And of course, these are of all forms and journals. Actually, the patent application is first published in patent journal, and these are all the issues which are available to you free of cost. You can read this. These are forms and fees for patents, and this is history given. And then e-filing of patent application is possible. And this is the database that is in pass. And you can see these are searching options. This is Indian patent retrieved, and likewise you can see the details. Okay, complete specification, and these are the claims 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, what is industrial design? This is the second one. The design means the appearance of the commodity. So the expression design means only the feature of shape, configuration, pattern or ornament applied to any article by any industrial process or means, manual, mechanical or chemical, and separate or combined, which in finished article appeals to the eye. And of course, the term of design is 10 years, and on request extension of 5 years, that is 15 years protection will be given for a design. So the examples, when we talk about industrial design, there are some popular examples you can see. See, these are the various brands of cold drinks, and you can observe a peculiar thing that the shape of the bottle is different for each and every brand. This is the peculiar thing. Then consumer products like wallets, then clocks, then pens, toothbrush. These are also protected under. Pharmaceutical products are also protected under industrial design. Then textiles, jewelry, these are also protected. Then you can see simple example of toothbrush. You will get n number of designs, right? Now, this is actually the design database of India, and you can search that particular database. Now I am coming to the third industrial property, that is trademark. What trademark is? Trademark has got market value, and that is why it is the most popular intellectual property. Then what trademark is? Trademark is a visual symbol in the form of a word, a device or label applied to articles of commerce as distinguished from similar goods or manufactured or dealt in by others. Okay, so trademark is either a logo or sign. Okay, there are common examples of trademark. These are using letters and words like thumbs up, Epson, Bata, Godrej. See, Godrej, this G is like that only. Okay, cursive. Then there are combination trademarks. That means there will be graphics, then words, letters, silicon graphics, Sun, Java, digital. And sometimes there are some taglines attached with the trademark, and that is also the part of the trademark. The popular taglines I would like to show you, that is life is good, it is for LG. Then isse sasta aur acha kahin nahi, it is Big Bazaar. Then connecting people, it was Nokia. Then the world's local bank is HSBC. Then acha lagta hai, it is Club HP. Then it's all about Imagineering, it is L&T. Then Jao to Jano, Truly Asia, it is Malaysia tourism. Then Test B, Health B, it is Maggi noodles. So these are the actually punchlines we also call. Okay, isko laga dala to life jingala la. It is Tata Sky. Then Thanda matlab Coca-Cola, pure for sure. These are popular taglines. I am loving it. Okay. Then some trademarks, they also use pictures, like MSN Butterfly, Apple's Automator. Okay, this is Apple Computers, the very popular trademark. Okay, there are some sound trademarks also. Okay, it is a non-conventional trademark, and sound is used to perform the trademark function of uniquely identifying the commercial origin of product or services. Okay. Then sound marks are like trademarks only. All the criteria of trademarks are applicable. And this is a very peculiar trademark and example of sound mark, that is Windows opening sound, isn't it? We all are familiar with this. So it is, these are some popular trademarks of news channels, Aaj Tak, then Star News, NDTV and all. And see what is the importance of trademark in our life. Suppose if you are going by rail, yes, and suppose I'm offering you this mineral water bottle, will you purchase it? You will not take this because there is no label over here. Okay, but if I'm giving you this particular bottle in 20 rupees, you will pay me happily, because it is a brand, it is Bisleri, it is the company of repute. Okay, so when we talk about the value of trademark, so there was a survey of auction of popular trademarks. Okay, so the most popular trademark was Coca-Cola, and it was auctioned for $68.9 billion. In the second place, it was Microsoft. Third place, it was IBM. And fourth place, it was Nokia. So this is actually the value of trademark. Why Bisleri? Because Bisleri has value, reputation. It is owned by Bisleri International. And of course, I have a confidence of purity in my mind regarding Bisleri. So that is very important. So what are actually the benefits of registering trademark? It is use and enjoyment, protecting against misuse. You can exploit it commercially and be recognized as owner. And you can avoid the misuse of your trademark if you register it. See, this is a famous trademark, Adidas, but somebody are infringing, violating it as Abibas. This is the fake product. Then this is Outlook. It is written in the same color combination, but in Devanagari script. Okay, so the people or the readers may confuse that it is the Hindi version of Outlook magazine. So such things happen. So how this trademark is very important in our life. I will just read it and you enjoy the things. 6 a.m. Ajanta Citizen, 6:30 a.m. Colgate Close-Up, 7:30 a.m. Nescafe Taj Mahal Red Label Taza, 8 a.m. Dettol Lifebuoy Lux Synthol, 8:30 a.m. Kisan Fruit Jam Maggi Tomato Ketchup Kellogg's, 9 a.m. Maruti Suzuki Hero Honda TVS Toyota, 9:30 a.m. IBM Lenovo SCL HP, 10:30 a.m. Yahoo Reddit Gmail Hotmail and all. Then 11:30 Canon Fax Intercom. You can see 1:30 McDonald's, Domino's, Pizza Hut, Sagar Ratna. 6 p.m. PVR Big Cinema, VMart, Easy Day. 8 p.m. Sony, Star Plus, Discovery, CNN, and 10 p.m. Good Night, All Out Jet. So throughout the day, we use the branded product, that is the trademark products. So this is how trademark is very important in our life. See, there are some petrochemical industry marks also there, like Indian Oil, Bharat Petroleum, Bharat Gas, Indian HP. Okay, so there are some types, basic types of trademarks, like service marks. See, DTDC is a courier service. They are providing you the service, not the things. Okay, So it is called as service marks. The conditions are same as the things. Then this is ISI. It is certification mark regarding quality. And these are well-known marks like Mercedes. Okay. Actually, service marks means the services given by hotels, Taj Hotel, Ubera Hotel, their marks will be service marks. Then what is the term of trademark? See, basically trademark is given for 10 years, but after every 5 years, you can renew this IP from generations to generations. So it is a very popular property. If you continue renewing it, it will be renewed from generations to generations. See how fake products will be there. They will use the same color combination for their bottles, and you can see the spellings will be different. See, this is the correct spelling, that is Vaseline. But the fake products, they will misguide you by giving this spelling: new Vaseline, blue line Vaseline, Vaseline, blue star Vaseline, with same color combination. So you should be very careful. Now there is a classification system for trademarks, and there are some famous cases of infringements also. See, you all know Lakme, okay? So these are selling the cosmetic products. So the defendant was using the trademark Lakme. Lakme is the original, and the other one used Lakme symbol, okay, for the same class of products. It was held that there was a striking resemblance between the two words. The two words are also phonetically similar. There is every possibility of deception and confusion being caused in the minds of prospective buyers, and the injunction was made permanent. There was one more famous case of infringement, that is regarding dental cream Colgate. Defendant used the mark Collegiate, which is phonetically similar with deceptively similar letters in white and red background, so as to create confusion in the minds of the customers and to pass off this product as Colgate. And hence the mark was restrained through injunction. And see, this is the page of trademark, and you can see these are the jurisdictions or TMR offices: Mumbai, Ahmedabad, Calcutta, New Delhi, and Chennai. And you can also see this is e-register of trademark, and it is searchable. See, I want to search for Godrej. So I have given these 3 alphabets over here, and I received these trademarks. Okay, suppose I want to see for Godavari, click on this, and this is the actually certificate of trademark, and this is actually the trademark, sign, logo. And this is for Apple, and you can search all these things. And there is one more Madrid Express database of trademarks, which is maintained by World Intellectual Property Organization, and it is open access, and you can search for that. See, here I have given Microsoft folder name, okay, and you can see there are 85 trademarks registered by Microsoft, okay, in international database. And you can see this is a popular trademark we all are familiar with of Microsoft. Now I am coming to the 4th facet of industrial property, that is geographical indications. Okay. See, when the product is famous with their geographical location, it comes under geographical indication. And it tells the buyers that a product is produced in a particular place and has certain desirable characteristics that are only found in that particular place. For example, Nagpuri Santra, Kolhapuri Chappal, Agre ka Pitha, Basmati rice, Darjeeling tea, and etc. Okay, so geographical indications may be used to promote regional or national enterprises. So this is Darjeeling tea from West Bengal, Nagpuri Santra, Chanderi Sadi, Kolhapuri Chappal. These are all the examples. Solapur Chadar from Maharashtra, Himachal Pradesh Kulu shawl. Then under good agricultural goods, rice, basmati, Nellore, wheat, Punjab and Madhya Pradesh, fruits, Kurk orange, Alfonso mango, then Nagpur orange. Then you can see under textiles, Kanchipuram sari, Kota Doria, then Pochampalli cat. This is Kota Doria. This is Chandari sari. This is Mysore silk, Kanjivaram sari. This is Solapur chadar, Kulu shawl. And under footsteps, you can see it is Bikaneri bhujia, Andhra pickles, Lonavala chikki, Agra petha, and Swiss chocolates. It is Nanjana banana. It is Kangra tea. It is Darjeeling tea. Friends, this had a international level controversy, and this is actually our first GI. India's first GI is Darjeeling tea. This is Mysore agarbatti, Mysore sandal soap. This is special mirror, that is Aranmulla Kannadi. Then Channapatana is a small village near Chennai, and toys are very famous of Channapatana. Then you can see rosewood inlay of Mysore is there. Then Coimbatore wet grinder, and this is the Laddu Prasad of Tirupati. This has also got GI. And under wines and spirits, you can see Goan Fenny, Champagne, Scotland whiskey. These are all known by their geographical regions. There is only one office in India to regulate this, which is situated at Chennai. And this is actually the homepage for GI. And you can see from here, you will get the registered GIs. These are all the list of registered GIs. Okay. These come under different categories. Actually, these are registered GIs statistics. These are some agricultural GIs like Pallakadan Matta rice, Mysore betel leaf of Karnataka, Malabar pepper of Kerala, then jasmine from Mysore, Udupi and Hadagali jasmine, then Allepalli green cardamom, then Kurg green cardamom of Karnataka. In Naga Mircha is there from Nagaland. And as far as mango is concerned, Lakshmana Bhog from West Bengal, Khirsapati from Himsakar, West Bengal, Fazli from Malda, West Bengal, and this is Dasheri from UP. Okay. And recently, Alfonso mango of Ratnagiri has also got a place in GIs of India. This is Puneri Pagdi. This is Bhusawal Kela, Nagpur Santra, Mahabaleshwar Strawberry, Yeola Paithani. Then this is Lonavala Chikki, and this is Kolhapuri Saz, and this is Nashik crepes. Okay. So whenever they receive the application for the registration of geographical indication, it is published in geographical indication journals, and the oppositions are invited. Okay. Then these are, you can see some of the registered GIs from India. Okay, you can take a look to this, and you can see these are all registered. And see, this is Mysore silk, and this is actually the GI stamp. It is GI 11, and this is all the documentation. And this is Penny application number 120. And there are some pending applications, that is basmati rice. Alfonso mango has received that GI. Okay. Then this is Hyderabadi biryani, and you can see it is under examination process. And friends, this is the last part of my talk today, and I would like to tell you something about traditional knowledge. See, our India is very rich and in heritage and culture. Okay, and we have some ancient scriptures. We have 4 Vedas, 108 Upanishads, 2 epics, then Bhagavad Gita and other religious things, then Brahma Sutras, 18 Puranas, Manusmriti, Kautilya Shastra and Smritis. We have all these documented things, ancient scriptures. And the whole world has 26 agroclimatic zones, and India alone has 16 agroclimatic zones. So India is very rich as far as culture and heritage and blessings of the nature is concerned. And our Botanical Survey of India and Zoological Survey of India has recorded over 47,000 species of plants and 81,000 species of animals. So we have a rich traditional knowledge, but the problems associated with traditional knowledge, that is, these are not documented properly. Its origin is very difficult to trace. Then knowledge source, often a person. Sometimes what happens, a person knows some tricks, but he do not share it with others. Okay. Then difficult to particularize. Okay, so these are all problems which are associated with our traditional knowledge. And our medicinal field is very, very important over here. And we have got Ayush, that is, we have Ayurveda, Yoga, Unani, Siddha, and homeopathy, right? And our Ayurveda is very rich. And you can see, along with traditional knowledge, there is one word associated with it, that is biopiracy. That is, some of the developed countries were actually taking this traditional knowledge and getting it protected in patent forms in their country. That is actually the stealing of biomedical knowledge from traditional and indigenous communities and individuals. That is biopiracy. And you can see in 2002, 80% of 4896 references to individual plant-based medicinal patents in USA related to just 7 medicinal plants of Indian origin. But 2004, it became 15,000. And in 2005, the number had grown to 35,000. So that was the rate of biopiracy in India. So there was one famous case of Haldi biopiracy case. And we all know from generations to generations that Haldi has got antiseptic value, right? So in 1995, 2 expatriate Indians at University of Mississippi Medical Center, Suman K. Das and Harihar Kohli, were granted a US patent. The number is 5401504 on the use of turmeric in wound healing. Use of turmeric in wound healing. They got the patent. And this patent was challenged by CSIR, and they argued that turmeric has been used for thousands of years for healing wounds and rashes, and therefore its medicinal use was not a novel invention. Okay, novelty is not there. And their claim was supported by documentary evidences of traditional knowledge, including ancient Sanskrit text and a paper published in 1953. Okay, and US Patent Office revoked this patent in 1997. So 32 evidences they produced in the court, and I have 2 evidences of that. See, this is actually the prior art for turmeric in Urdu. This is written in the year 1879. Okay, and this is one more, you can see. So these 2 were the evidences in these 32 evidences which was produced to the court. And the translation of this is haldi powder cures jaundice, anti-inflammatory, and here it is written wound healing, means it is written in 1879 and patent was granted in 1995. So how it fulfills the criteria of novelty? Then this is second, haldi eye ointment, liver affections, analgesic, antiseptic, wound healing. It is also written in 1867. The patent was granted in 1995. So this is actually the things which revoked the patent of turmeric. See here, claims 1 to 6 are cancelled. The patent was revoked. Okay. Same with Kilta case. Then Neem case, the same biopiracy was there. So to curb these biopiracy issues, India has developed a traditional knowledge digital library, that is TKDL, and India was the first of its kind to develop and disclose the traditional knowledge of India. Okay, and this library is maintained by CSIR, NISCARE. Okay, and you can see what they did. to develop this library. They have taken classic books from every pathy, from Ayurveda 75 books, Unani 10 books, Siddha 50 books, Yoga 13 books, and they have given those books to the experts and asked them to make an entry wherever there is a mention of medicinal plant. Okay, so the scientists, they made these many entries, and these are disclosed in TKDL. And the communication was sent to every patent office of the world that before examining the patent application, you should review this particular TKDL. If the mention is there, then you cannot grant the patent for medicinal plant, because this is our disclosed traditional knowledge. So that was the act to curb this biopiracy. This is actually TKDL, and you can search. I have searched it for malaria, and I received this many entries for the that is which medicinal plant is used in treating malaria, right? So this has TKDL has played a great role to curb this biopiracy. And you can see here, you can see a number of patents were revoked.
Sorry, ma'am.
And they have used this.
You.
And this traditional knowledge, we get in tribal community. Okay, so this is all given. It is 8,000 medicinal plant species are there, and you can see different species are used in various pathies. You can see these statistics over here. And
hello, Mangala ma'am. Sorry to disturb you.
Yeah.
Ma'am, last 5 minutes to conclude.
Oh, okay, sir.
Yeah.
So this traditional knowledge and protection of this traditional knowledge has played a great role for the tribal people. And you can see this plant, that is you can see that plant which was discovered by a scientist of Jammu and Kashmir, and that was a traditional knowledge of Kani tribe. And this product was there, Jivani. Okay, and you can see the rights were transferred and their lives were changed like this. Okay, so this traditional knowledge plays a very great role in improving the life of tribal people. So with this overview, I would like to stop over here. Okay, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, respected Dr. Mangala Hirwade madam, for supporting and deliver the outstanding lecture, informative lecture for a one-day international conference, which is organized by Sinhgad College, Chandivali, Mumbai. I would like to give this hand over this session for a vote of thanks to Dr. Saket Khan sir. Please continue.
Thank you, Mangala Trivadi ma'am. Thank you for emphasizing how intellectual property right is important for a research. You sowed the seed in our mind so perfectly that we will always remember your lecture. Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable time and knowledge that you shared with us. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, sir.
The technical section of this conference will be started onward 2 o'clock. We will take here a 5-minute break. Please keep with us. After the 5 minutes, we will join again.
Just a minute, Waghmare sir.
Yes, continue.
Waghmare sir, I think we should start with 2:15 because my faculty did unko lunch karna hai. They did not have their lunch. So instead of starting at 2, we'll start at 2:15.
Okay, I think there are people who want to present. They're already waiting. Let Waghmare sir take the call, no?
Okay, Waghmare sir, you take the charge.
Okay.
Okay.
I would like to start here. Exemption of the any tea break or break, nothing. We would like to start here as per the technical session. I would like to read as per the schedule the list of the participants who will present the PPT. The first name of presenter Dr. Baiju Thomas, Research Scholar, Ramakrishna Mission, Vivekanand Educational Research and Institutes, Faculty of Disability Management, Coimbatore. Is this available? Baiju Thomas?
Yes, I am ready.
Baiju Thomas, do you having prepare your PPT?
Yes, yes. Ready.
Kindly unmute yourself. Kindly start your video. Do not hide your video. Your face should be all the respected participants. I would like to request you, as per the University Grants Commission, the face of the participants and the research scholars should be visualized in the Zoom meeting. Therefore, it will be better to keep the help while during your vivas. Therefore, your face should be appear at the front of your Zoom during delivering your PPT. Thank you. By Dr. Baiju Thomas, please continue. May I help something?
Okay.
Please continue.
1 minute. Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon to all of you. I am Baiju Thomas, a research scholar from Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda Education Institute, Coimbatore. My paper title is Using Multiple Sensory Instruction Approach for Students with Special Education Needs to Provide Various Learning Opportunities in Inclusive Classroom Setting. Introduction. We are exposed to a lot of many and multiple sensory societies. As an outcome, we believe that appropriate steps should be taken to guarantee that multisensory instruction strategies are thoroughly and effectively utilized in inclusive classroom and substantially influence learning procedures among students with special education needs. Humans are much more likely to maintain information that is presented to us in a way that motivates all of us, our sensations. The whole brain learning paradigm relies on multisensory activities because they are expose children to different sensory inputs. Visual, auditory, and aids and help students better understand what they are learning. Teaching techniques for students with special education needs. Every students with special education needs learn uniquely, regardless of their personality type. It is the teacher's responsibility to offer a wide variety of activities and input and practices opportunity for students with varying learning styles. Teachers work collaboratively to make the curriculum more accessible for all students, including students with special education needs in same classroom. Students with special education needs should have equal access to educational opportunity. How much evidence should be included in an assessment process for students with students with special education needs? All the students with special education needs, their caregivers, specialists, and politicians would be included in this strategy. Multisensory instructional approach. Students of all skills and impairment may benefit from hands-on learning. Everybody has the right to an education, but for students with special education needs, that right is severely harmed by the lack of access to an inclusive education classroom environment. Multisensory instructional approaches were created on a consequence that term multisensory instructional approach was coined. Multisensory teaching approach interactions and movement and one's own capacity to regulate one's own surrounding and self are examples of this instruction. Students with special education needs suffers as a result of their limitations placed. Multisensory sensory, task-oriented, and motor learning strategies have been studied extensively among students with special education needs and inclusive classroom setting. Effective use of visual instructional techniques. Using visual aids in the classroom has several advantages for students and teachers. To put in another way, the fact that bird has slow of acquaintance in is well known. As the term implies, visual assistance refers to anything that uses the senses to help the initiation, stimulation, and enhancement of learning. As a result, using visual activities in the classroom extend for further that is simply enhancing students' learning capacities. Visual aids are needed for understanding to learn. Students with special education needs must visualize knowledge to retain it and understand it, often supported by rich pictures. Complex notions may be genuinely grasped. The impact of auditory aids in the classroom. Auditory technology is unrevealed when it comes to educating and dismantling knowledge. At this point, technology has more significant influence and provide a more dynamic information system than at any other time in the history. Audio helps in the classroom will test in the research to see whether students benefit. Anything that provides a person with a oral and stimulus in enhancing their cognitive skill falls under this category. Various types of audio aids may be used to improve the quality and retention of material, including hardware and software. Use of tactile instructional technologies in classroom. Students who are entirely blind may use tactile modeling to look at the model's body in the specific direction. Tactile modeling is critical for students, thus teachers to spend more effort and time on it. Students with special education needs who practice with the letters by hand feel proud when showing their pen strip. Students may use sandpaper to construct their fingers to understand better how to teach. In this exercise,
Thomas sir, directly jump on the conclusion. Your 5 minutes is over.
Okay, then I conclusion. Conclusion. The multisensory method helps with all areas of learning, including reading, writing, spelling, and arithmetic, listening, and speaking. Learning to recognize words become easier for students with special education is when they know the topic they like the most at school. The purpose of this study was to determine whether or not students with special education needs in the classroom using standard materials were more engaging and motivated accordingly while studying via multisensory approach. Multisensory learning uses all 5 senses of a person to sustain their interest and engage over education. In the light of this study, teachers now have a fresh perspective on the classroom. A multisensory approach to teaching will be beneficial for all students in an inclusive classroom setting. Thank you. Thank you for giving me a chance to present my paper. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Thomas sir. Thank you. The serial number second, Dr. Rajesh Vishnu Yevule, CKT College, Panvel. Is this available?
Yes, sir. Sir is available, and I will be
Please continue with your PPT.
Okay, sir.
Waghmare sir, good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Please continue. Yevule sir, please continue.
No, my student is presenting.
Okay, please continue.
So I hope the screen is visible.
Yes, please continue.
And I am audible.
Please continue.
Okay, thank you, sir. I would like to start with a quote. Words mean more than what is set down on paper. It takes the human voice to infuse them with the shades of deeper meaning. Hence, we should be very careful while speaking. On that note, good afternoon, everyone. I am Ipsada Ghegre. I am an MA student from CK Thakur College, New Pandel. I will be presenting the paper titled Exploration of Existential Crisis, Racial and Gender Discrimination Depicted in Maya Angelou's I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings. under the guidance of Dr. R.V. Yevlik. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to Sinhgad College of Commerce and for giving me the opportunity to present this paper. I would also like to thank my professor for his guidance and encouraging words. And I would like to give special thanks to Sir Kishore Waghmare for his initiative in the process of effective organization. To begin with, I would like to present the autobiography of Margaret Ann Johnson. Under her pen name is Maya Angelou. So she was one of the most respected African-American women. And she was not just any woman, but she also had multiple roles. She was a poet, she was a film producer, an actress, civil rights, etc. So she was initially a Southern Black girl who was constantly rejected for love and acceptance in the society. Throughout the autobiography, we would gradually look through her adolescence age of her rediscovering her identity and how she started to accept herself for being a Black woman and a mother. Her being an autobiographical novelist had successfully described many thematic concerns like existential crisis, racial and gender discrimination, alienation, and displacement. Coming to the objectives, our first objective is to, So coming to the objectives, our first objective is to identify the salient themes reflected in the autobiography and to understand the nuances of sufferings faced by Maya Angelou. Hypothesis states that there is presence of adversity transformed into opportunity in Maya Angelou's autobiographical masterpiece, I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings. Now, talking about the author, I would like to quote a small part from her poem. The caged bird sings with a fearful trill of things unknown but longed for still, and his shrew is heard on the distant hill, for the caged bird sings of freedom. Here we can clearly see that she's talking about a bird who is strapped in a cage and is longing for freedom, just like how she had been throughout her life, or most prominently throughout her adolescent age. She was born in St. Louis, Missouri on 4th of April, 1928. Even though she was born in Missouri, but she was raised by her mama or her grandmother, paternal grandmother, in rural Stamps, Arkansas. Now, this area was very excluded, and she didn't even know how a white person looked like. For longest period, she thought that white people were imaginary. They were made up people. So Maya Angelou had went through abuse at the very early age of 8-year-old, which followed by a lot of traumatic experiences, which were vividly put down in this autobiography of hers. Lauded as a multifaceted icon, she had bagged many successful titles apart, even though she had went through such extensive trauma. I would like to offer a small timeline which tells about some major parts of her life, and the parts which are starred are the autobiographical titles that she had written as she started her literary career. Before that, she had also excelled as a dancer, as an actor, as a film director. And during that phase, she also gave birth to a baby. And in spite of all this, and she, yes, of course, as I had mentioned earlier, she was also abused when she was a child. But despite of all of this, she shone brightly and came up with all these autobiography and a successful career. These are some glimpses of her prominent books. Letter to My Daughter, I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings, Mom and Me and Mom, The Heart of a Woman, I Wouldn't Take Nothing for My Journey Now. I would like to put down a small character chart starting from Maya, the main protagonist of the autobiography. She is a curious, intelligent African-American girl, and her brother, Bailey, who is also a very African-American loving male. Then her mother, Vivian, and her father, Daddy Bailey. Her mother and father were divorced when these children were very young, and hence they had, in the initial part of the autobiography, they had no connection with them. They were raised by Mama, that is their grandmother. Mrs. Flowers was a very kind mentor who had helped Maya guide through her times when she was in trauma. Now, we would like to explore some significant themes like racial discrimination, dislocation, gender discrimination, and alienation throughout the paper. The first theme that I would like to discuss is racial discrimination. Now, when she was in her early stages, she had confronted many insidious effects of racism and segregation. She thought that she was initially a blonde, beautiful girl with blue eyes, and now she has been trapped in this black, fat girl's body. And thoroughly, there were many incidences like a white dentist had refused to treat her, or her boss, for instance, decided to call her Mary instead of Maya. And a white speaker was condescendingly addressing her while her 8th grade graduation. So because of this, she saw that how the pressure of living had created or shaped the character of her and her family. I would like to quote, Horatio Alger was the greatest writer in the world. His heroes were always good, always one, and were always boys. Now here, this little Maya, when she was reading, she saw that in every novel that she was reading, there were always these male heroes with swashbuckling personality and very flamboyant. And while the princesses were always standing in the corner looking very pretty and beautiful. But she didn't want to be the princess. She wanted to be the swashbuckling heroes, which gave her a slight conflict within her, a slight identity conflict within herself. Dislocations. So if you can see on the screen, these are the six locations throughout which she kept traveling from places to places. And this was not traveling. Traveling, I meant she was located. From one place she was removed, or she couldn't live over there and she had to move ahead to the other place for home or shelter. The first was California, then Stamps, St. Louis, Los Angeles, Oakland, San Francisco. If you can see that due to this movement and not a constant place as a home, she was unable to put down her shield and feel comfortable staying in one place. When she was 13, she moved along with her mother and her father. So at that time, when she was 13, she finally felt that she belonged somewhere for the first time. And that is when she started realizing that it was not just her, but there were many such children who were suffering from dislocation due to this racial discrimination. Moving ahead to the gender discrimination that she had faced, her being a girl and being a black girl was kind of was a very big disadvantage to her. Sometimes she was said she was born as a boy. And even the novels that she had read, as I had quoted earlier, that men and boys were always the heroes and protagonists of every novel. A hero must always be a male. And because of this, she always felt that there was a pressure on her to be very feminine. And she felt that she was ugly. During her very early age, that is at the age of 8, she was raped by the axe of Mr. Freeman, who was her mother's boyfriend. And after that, she struggled a lot, recovering from this physically and emotionally. And she also was made to feel that she was guilty and responsible for her own rape, to which her grandmother, her mama, always used to tell her that she should keep her legs closed. Next, I would like to talk about alienation. So from all these events and incidences that I had told before, since she was uprooted and sent away from place to place, she had always felt trouble belonging to one place. And she always felt disconnected. Even when she was sent away from her mother's place, she was sent in the custody of a porter. There were nobody who would take the child and her brother to some other place where they could live. They were literally put on tags on their wrist, which was written to whomsoever it may concern, and not addressed to Annie Henderson. So she never knew how a white person looked like. So when she actually moved places, she felt very disconnected.
Your 5 minutes
initially.
is over. Kindly directly jump on conclusion.
Okay, sir, I'm almost done. So here about the title, I would like to just shortly tell you that what was the idea behind this title. So as you can see that there is a caged bird, a bird inside a cage. So this was derived from her favorite author, Paul Laurence Dunbar, which in his poem Sympathy, he had talked about how a bird was throwing himself constantly on the walls of a cage, but he was still singing a very beautiful chirp because he wanted freedom and he was not depressed. He was constantly trying, but he was happy. This was a metaphor to her own life. So in conclusion, I would like to say that in spite of all these circumstances, all these harsh treatments and conflicts, displacement, she still came out as a very unique person and emerged as a very stronger individual, defining her limits and standards. So on this note, I would like to thank everyone for patiently listening. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. The next name of the participant, serial number 3, Dr. Sachin Rajendra Suryavanshi. Is this available? Gedege, please remove your PPT. Is this available? Dr. Sachin Rajendra Suryavanshi. Dr. Sachin Rajendra Suryavanshi. Okay, serial number 4. Ambassador Dr. Prabhu Paul. Dr. Prabhu Paul, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce, Chennai. Is this available? Okay. Serial number 5. Mrs. Pratibha, Lecturer of Department of Commerce. Is this available? Pratibha, Hyderabad. Okay. Serial number 6. Dr. Venkatesan. Is this available? Dr. Venkatesan. Okay. Serial number 7. Avni Jitendra Ved. Dr. Avni Jitendra Ved. Okay. Serial number 9. Dr. Sawant Vittal Kundalika. Sawant Vittal Kundalika. Okay. Serial number 10. Daksha Halkare. Is this Daksha Halkare available? Serial number 11. Pradeep Kumar Jadon. Is this available? Pradeep Kumar Jadon. Okay. I think so. So many participants are not available. Who want to present the PPT? Kindly directly jump on setup and directly present your. Who's available?
Bhushan Nikam.
Yes, please come. What is your serial number?
26.
26. Please continue.
Hello.
Please wait. Please wait.
Yes,
Savita
yes,
Dasan, please wait. Nikam, Bhushan Nikam, please continue.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Can I say so?
This is visible. Continue, please.
Okay, okay. Sir, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
please continue. You are audible. Please continue.
My subject physics, and I came from JGT University, Rajasthan. My title name is Synthesized Growth and Exploration Methods for Characterization of Copper Tartrate Crystals.
Your face should be visible.
Okay, okay, sir. 2 minutes, sir. Okay. Okay, sir.
Yes, please continue.
My title name is Synthesized Growth and Explode Method for Characterization of Copper Tartrate Crystals with Experimental Demonstration. So the introductory parts of my papers or my work is that the crystal growth. The crystal growth, the name crystals came from the Greek word crystallos, and it describes the transport quartz crystals and clay rise. A crystal means it is the solid parts and constituent atom molecules or ions are packed in the repeating pattern in all 3 directions. It means by 3-dimensional way the crystals are formed. Now the crystal growth can occur naturally or artificial in laboratory. But sir, actually is that the naturally crystal growth occurrence is very poor or very rarely. Then myself choose the given subject for natural growth is artificial, and there are the number of methods for crystal growth to the artificial in laboratory. Most of time the sol gel method, and also the remaining diffusion gel method, single crystal method. There are the number of methods are used for growing the crystals, and crystals most of time to use for high in medical field, also the pharmacy and mineralization sectors, or in the marine organization. It is a very high technological system. In this system, the crystals are maximum time to use. Several researchers have grown pure and mixed crystals intending to identify. It is required. It depends on the requirement. Mixed crystals to required for the another applications. At this time, some researchers are used the mixed crystals. It means by in mixed crystal there are the doping 1 or 2 elements, and mixed crystals are grow to there. But myself not growing the mixed way. I have used for the pure crystals to grow the single gel diffusion method. So the third point is that in my PPT. for the growing the crystal is occurred or is satisfied or is completed, then to require the some characterization method, and then by using the following method we clarify or conclude the crystals are good there. And then for this processes to require the following method, that is the EDX, XRD, FTIR, UV, and some thermogrammetric analysis, that is the thermal analysis method, TGA and DTA. These methods are used. By using this method, we confirm that the crystals are growth to there or crystallinity is formed to there by using the following method. Single crystals of copper tartrate have scarcely been studied using the gel method. The myself searched the maximum literature review or studied the literature review very scarcely to studied on the copper tartrate. Then by using the gel method, I have grown the single crystals using. Now the methodology for growing the crystal is that the gel technique is a simple and elegant methods of growing single crystals under controlled growth condition at room temperature. So for this growing the crystal or following methods, not to require the very high laboratory work. It is a very small laboratory we can use for growing the crystal. It is a very straightforward principle for the given method. And this crystal growth technique is based on the straightforward principle. Then I have right to here. The next one, in the methodology, there are the two suitable compounds that give rise to the required insoluble crystalline substances by chemical reaction to diffuse into the gel medium and chemically react. So the expected reaction I have shown here, the AX and BY, both are the two elements or two compounds or the two solution I have used for completing the expected reaction or growing the crystal. Here the AX or BY are the two solution of two compounds, and that when combined produce the insoluble or sparingly soluble substance AY are formed to there, and BX is the highly soluble. It is the extractive part. It means by soluble. It is highly soluble in water. These products are formed BX to show in the following reaction. Now the actual reactions by using the reaction myself growing the crystals. The following expected reaction is here for the gel method. The tartric acid, copper chloride I have given there, and finally the copper tartrate crystals growth is formed to here. And here still is the extract materials or the residue. It is the purpose or the work of my research topics. In my research topic, concluding part is that by using the artificial methods to grow the crystals, it's the experimental demonstration I have seen there. By using this method, we grow the crystal. It is the concluding parts of my experiment. Okay, thank you. You give me the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay. Who want to do the PPT presentation next?
Sir, Rasam.
Dr. Savita Rasam, please continue.
21. Thank you.
Dr. Nikam, sir, kindly remove your PPT.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir.
Dr. Rasam, please continue.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Respected sir, Madam, I'm Dr. Savita Rasam, presenting research paper titled A Study of Indian Legal System.
Dr. Savita Rasam, do you want to share PPT?
No, sir.
Orally.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Please continue.
A study of Indian legal system, a bird view. Today, we know the Supreme Court at Delhi is the highest court, High Court at each state, and district court and other subordinate courts are there in India. But when, why, how, and in what manner the exact court system were started in India is the study of my research. In 1600, after establishment of East India Company, the court system was opened in India. General courts were established by Charter 1600 by Queen Elizabeth. The charter granted executive as well as judicial powers to the general court. Afterward, Bombay, Madras, and Calcutta, the presidency towns, where actually a legal system was introduced in these presidency towns, and agent in council for English people and Chaudhry court for black people, means Indian people, were introduced Mayor courts were established at each presidency town, but the various systems were adopted by mayor's court, and that is why there were difference of opinion by the judiciary. And in 1726, uniform court system were adopted for presidency towns. Detail about judicial institutions mentioned in my research paper, means who was the presiding officer, what was the jurisdiction, how the procedure was followed by the system. But basically, principle of justice, equity, and good conscience was followed by the judiciary. In 1774, Supreme Court was established at Calcutta by passing Regulating Act. It was a court of record and it conferred civil, criminal, admiralty, etc. where jurisdiction. This court was authorized to admit advocates and attorneys and to regulate court fee with the consent of Governor General in Council. After this, in 1786, Lord Cornwallis introduced basic introduction of civil and criminal courts, reforms in civil and criminal courts. He established lowest criminal court, that is court of district magistrate, and municipal courts for civil matters. Now, for civil matters, there are official Diwani Adalats and Sadar Diwani Adalats also. And for criminal matters, Sadar Fauzdari Adalats were there. Like that, there are reforms were introduced by Sir John Shore, Bentinck, Wellesley, Lord Minto, and so on. Basically, there were two courts, Supreme Court, the Crown's Court, and Adalats of Companies Courts. But there were difference of opinion between these two courts, that is Crown's Court and Companies Court. And that is why High Court Act 1861 was introduced, and high courts were introduced at states or presidency towns. Right to appeal was from the India goes to Privy Council, which was sitting at England, and Privy Council has played a vital role in the development of legal system. Government of India Act 1935 established Federal Court in India, and means on 1st October 1937, and appeals from all the courts in India were heard by Federal Court, and it abolished the appellate jurisdiction of Privy Council at London. Now, post-independence, I have mentioned the post-independence court also. Constitution of India declared Supreme Court is the highest and final appellate authority of the land, and various provisions like Article 124 deals with Supreme Court, means deals about appointment, jurisdiction, and other provisions of Supreme Court. Article 233, Article 235 deals with the district courts and subordinate courts. So the object of these provisions of the Constitution is to secure judicial independence. Now, in modern era, at present, means there are lots of courts, that is fast track courts at criminal side, matrimonial side, family courts are there, for various tribunals are there working for the security and safety and effective judicial decisions for the citizens. Now, e-courts are also introduced by the Court of Government of India, and at present there are e-filing, there are online hearing. These are the provisions at present working in India. So the effective implementation of court system and judicial decision, the judiciary played a vital role in India, and it provided that unified legal system, which is the strong pillar of our democracy. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to present my paper. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, madam.
Sir,
Next participant, Sudeshna.
Ji sir, serial number 11.
Please continue. I was calling you, Sudeshna.
Ji,
please
sir.
Continue. Open your video. On your
Ji,
video.
Okay, sir.
Please continue. Share your PPT. Nikam sir, kindly remove your PPT. Yes, Sudeshna, please share your PPT.
Yes, sir.
You're taking longer time. Please continue. Do the fast.
सर फर्स्ट बार कर रही हूँ आ नहीं रहा अभी बस 1 मिनट.
You can deliver your PPT through the oral also.
ओरल कर दूं तो बोल दूं सर.
चलेगा चलेगा कुछ प्रॉब्लम नहीं. There is no any compulsion of PPT. Your topic of your PhD should be reflected from your representation.
जी सर. Good. Presence review article on presence of heavy metals in smokeless tobacco products and their impact on human health. It consists of introduction metals found in smokeless tobacco products, smokeless tobacco product conclusion. First all of introduction, smokeless tobacco commonly used in many countries is associated with various health effects. International Agency for Research on Cancer has identified and listed about 40,000 chemical agents as potential carcinogen present in tobacco products. Studies also report a positive association between smokeless tobacco use and oral disease, dental disease, hypertension, diabetes, poor reproductive outcomes, addiction, and all-cause mortality. In India, a very popular form of tobacco is the smokeless tobacco known as gutka, jarda, khani, and others, consisting of a mixture of tobacco and other constituents. Sources of heavy metals. Metals found in smokeless tobacco products: arsenic. Arsenic is an IRC group first human carcinogen. Arsenic is one of the important heavy metals causing disquiet from both ecological and individual health standpoints. Long-term exposure can result in thickening of the skin, darkened skin, abdominal pain, diarrhea, heart disease, and cancer. Arsenic concentration from 0.1 to 1.2 microgram per gram arsenic have been reported in samples of Indian chewing tobacco and from 0.11 to 3.5 microgram per gram in other variety of Indian smokeless tobacco products. Cadmium. Cadmium is an IRC group first human carcinogen. In Indian samples of chewing tobacco, cadmium concentration has been reported in the range of 0.3 to 1.5 microgram per gram, while in Indian smokeless tobacco product is concentration ranges from 0.1 to 3.1 microgram per gram. Chromium. Chromium is a naturally occurring element present in the earth crust with oxidation state ranging from chromium second to chromium fourth. Lead. Lead is classified as an IRC group 2, a probable human carcinogen. Lead accumulates over the lifetime in bone. Concentration of lead in the range 0.03 to 33.3 microgram per found in a variety of Indian smokeless tobacco products. Mercury. Mercury may have toxic effect on nervous, digestive and immune system and on lungs, kidney, skin and eyes. Mercury is considered by WHO as one of top 10 chemicals or groups of chemicals of major public health cancer. Nickel. Nickel is an IARC group first human carcinogen. Nickel has been found significantly higher concentration in placenta sample of smoker than in form non-smokers, indicating probable systematic absorption from the lungs. The nickel concentration in snuff and chewing tobacco available in Indian ranges from 1.33 to 30.0.5 microgram. Copper is widely distributed in food. The median intake of copper from women is approximately 1.0 to
Your
1.
time is over.
Yes,
5 minutes over. Kindly directly jump on your conclusion.
Yes, sir. Conclusion: a comprehensive approach is required for combating the tobacco menace. However, awareness of the hazard of tobacco usage is being created in the Indian population through through different media which promote the prevention as the best solution. Intense efforts are also needed towards tobacco season programs. In conclusion, considering overall high prevalence, significant mortality, morbidity, and high burden of health costs due to tobacco use in India, there is a need to develop intersectoral evidence-based, culturally acceptable, cost-effective interventions for control of smoking and smokeless tobacco use. Effective tobacco control strategies need to be based on intersectoral approach with the various ministries, health department, public health institutions, civil society groups, NGOs, etc. Tobacco control initiatives can be more successful if integrated with national health program and national rural health mission. There should be strict enforcement of laws to prevent minors from accessing tobacco products. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. We are instead to open your video because of the UGC guideline that whenever the scholars or the teacher of the higher education system in India, it should be presented the paper in India, one day international conference, so that whatever your face is looking, that means before award of your PhD or before your camp of the career advancement scheme, that time the analyzer, that means vice chancellor nominee and joint director government nominee will ask the question like you to how you present your paper. That time www.waghmarebrothers.com, our website, all the videos will be uploaded. That means while your PhD viva as well as your career advancement scheme, that time it will be helpful to directly jump on your videos. Yes sir, I just presented my paper in one day international conference. Are you getting my point? Therefore, I am insisting you while delivering of your PPT, your face should be lookable, that is visible. Please continue. Next is Shruti. Is this Shruti available?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Continue. Please continue. We are having very less time. Do the fast.
Yes, sir.
You orally or PPT?
Yeah, PPT is there, sir.
Please upload.
Yes, sir. It's not showing. Yes, sir. Sir, can I do orally?
Yes, yes. Please continue.
Yes, sir. So my study, I'm Mrs. Shruti, PhD scholar from JGTU University, Nursing Department. So I'm presenting here my research paper of efficacy of a designed instruction program on awareness of selected puerperal emergencies and their management among staff nurses working in maternity wards in selected hospitals in Shimoga district under the guidance of Dr. Sissy Joseph. Right. So here, on the basis to this study, I have a background that pregnancy for every woman, it's a time of joy, excitement, and the labor is a one which is an incredible journey where the woman goes through a great psychological, social, and emotional meaning to the mother. So here, so woman can get a genital tract issues because it is very prone to the infection which is introduced by the hospital procedures like invasive procedures routinely done in the labor unit such as vaginal examination, urinary catheterization, artificial rupture of membranes, instrumental deliveries also. So these are the things which is happening in the hospitals. So because of this, the woman is going to develop a sepsis, means infection after the childbirth, which is emerging as a significant cause of maternal mortality and morbidity, death and disease rate, raising concerns about the quality of obstetrics and the postnatal care provided to the woman, as well as the efficacy of infection control practices in the hospitals, which directly reflects the aspects of obstetric care. So here, unsanitary delivery procedures done by health staff, as well as the lack of appropriate clean equipment, materials will also contribute the problems of infections following the childbirth. So prevalence of this illness results in the infections. So infection control strategies like prevention of infection, that is primary prevention, though improving the hand hygiene, surgical asepsis, environmental hygiene, clean equipments, healthcare workers training. So this needs to be done. According to WHO, around 810 women died each day from the pregnancy or childbirth related illness. So throughout the world. So with the puerperal sepsis, which is accounting for 15% of maternal mortality, it is the third most prevalent cause of maternal mortality. Chini, cut madu. Am I audible, sir?
Udeshna madam, do you have some internet problem?
Am I audible?
Please continue.
Yes, sir. So according to WHO, estimates that puerperal sepsis kills at least 75,000 women each year, which majority of these deaths occurring in a low-income countries. So based on this, I have selected this topic. So we have done a evaluative research. This is a quasi-experimental study. So we have selected one group pre-test, post-test, and along with that, we have a awareness program, planned awareness program regarding the puerperal emergencies. Study samples were selected by the purposive sampling technique, and the data was collected and analyzed through the descriptive and so inclusive criteria. So staff nurses who are willing to participate and staff nurses are available during the data collection, and also exclusive criteria who are leave on that day and who are not willing to participate. So my hypothesis were the post-test knowledge scores of staff nurses exposed to planned teaching program will be significantly higher than the pre-test knowledge score. So next one is that there will be a significant association between post-test and selected demographic variables. So data collection, we have selected tool was structured knowledge questionnaire was developed. Based on that, we have collected the data. So age group was more 26 to 30 years population we got through data, and also professional experience. Especially the junior staff nurses were more, means 1 to 2 years of experiences in the hospital were more. And they got the information about the puerperal sepsis through the nursing course only. So based on this, 80% of staff nurses had moderate knowledge on the management of 4 stage of labor, and 20% had adequate knowledge. So we got a t-value of 23.75, which is greater than the table value. So therefore, the t-value found to be significant. So this supports that to plan the program, the teaching program to the staff nurses. After the post-test, we got a remarkable difference in the knowledge of staff nurses. So this was a result what we got. So depends on this, we are recommending the results with, on the basis of this, we have a recommendations like similar study can be done for a larger sample. Like we have selected for 100 samples, it can be done for larger sample, and a true experimental study can be done with the control group. And also it can be done with the additional demographic variables, and also similar study can be done with the different teaching methods also. So this was our recommendations, and also conclusion was the study was concluded that there was a significant improvement in the knowledge after the designed instruction program. Thus, the instruction program is effective in improving the knowledge of staff nurses. So this was a study conducted by me, and the result was given. Thank you for giving the chance in the international conference for presenting. Thank you, Professor Kishore sir, to correct me. This was my first presentation, and you guys gave me so much of guidance to present here. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. The next participant is Dr. Kamla Devi. Is this available?
Good afternoon, sir. I'm available.
Kamla Devi, please continue.
Yes, sir.
With your PPT or oral?
Sir, I have my PPT, sir. Can I share it?
Yes, please continue. Share your PPT.
Sir, is it visible?
Your face should be visible during deliver of your PPT.
Okay, sir.
Please continue.
Okay, sir. I would like to thank the organizer on giving me this opportunity to present my research paper on socio-economic, cultural, and ritual interaction between the indigenous communities in Nilgiris district. First, I want to explain to you about my objective of this paper as well as the methodology conducted to do my paper. First, my objective to study the culture and economic, social as well as ritual interaction of the tribal communities. To second one, to establish the linkage between forest resources and the livelihood of the tribals in Nilgiris. Third, to identify the tribal groups that are natives of the Nilgiris district have great diversity and pluralism. Then, to find out how each tribe maintain its separate identity and how the composite society maintain inter-tribal ethnic relations. For methodology, I used two types of data. One primary data and secondary data. Or primary data is born and brought up in Nilgiri district, so it is easy for me to visit all the settlements of the tribal people. So it is easy for me to collect the data regarding this paper. Then secondary data I collected from the various publications as well as reports, governmental annual reports, journals, newspapers, articles, books, etc., etc. Then before I'm going to my research paper, I want to explain to you about my particular district. Is the district is located in the tri-junction of the state of Tamil Nadu, Kerala and Karnataka in South India. The Nilgiri Mountains are the Blue Mountains form part of the Nilgiri Biosphere Reserves, home to Aboriginal tribes and indigenous people. The ancient mountain, estimated to have been created some 40 million years ago, have been the anthropological and archaeological importance of for centuries. The Nilgiris Mountains were open to the outside world at the beginning of the 1820 by the step taken by John Sullivan. He was the collector of Coimbatore district. The Nilgiris subcluster is a part of the Western Ghat, which was declared as a World Heritage Site by UNESCO in the year 2012. The Nilgiris Bioreserve is very rich in plant diversity, about 3,300 species of flowering plants, and of the 3,300 species, 132 are endemic to the reserve. Scientists classify the Nilgiris as a living fossil. Ecologists say the biodiversity of the Nilgiris is found nowhere else in the world. Anthropologists describe Nilgiris as an aboriginal enclave. Geographers have listed the Nilgiris among the 400 natural wonders of the world. The Nilgiri biosphere is a very rich in plant diversity. Then one more thing is, if you go to Nilgiris, is you can see number of tribal communities living in the particular area. Example, Todas, Kotas, Panias, Kurumbas, Irulas, and Katunia, Nayakas are the primitive tribes of the particular region. Greeks, in the book written by Greeks, it is mentioned about all these things. In addition to the above groups, the other predominant tribal groups are also living in the particular places. So this is the map of Nilgiri district. Yes, here you can see the altitude where the people are settled. The highest place, and the Toda people used to live in the highest place. Then below that is the Kota people, and the down part of that is the Irulas as well as the Katunikas and the Panias used to live in that place. The next one is, when you're talking about the tribal peoples in that particular area, they had a social symbiotic relationship what do you mean by the term social symbiotic relationship? Means it's involved in the traditional system of economic, cultural, as well as ritual interaction between these tribal communities. Then this is the Todas. Todas, they have no crops of any kind and no occupation but the breeding of the buffaloes. They believe they have only they have buffaloes. So from the buffaloes they have the butter, buttermilk, geese, etc. They used to exchange with other tribal communities. Then the Kotas, they are the carpenters, blacksmiths, potters, and the musicians of the Nilgiri Hills. So whenever they go to Toda community, they used to be the musician. As a return, is they used to get ghee and butter from the Todas. Then Irulas, they are used to hunt animals, trap birds, and also collect honey and wild bee, collect honey from the wild bees, while the women used to gather tubers, mushrooms, fruits, edible seeds. A few Irulas in Udagamandalam, that is Uti, and Koteri Taluk are experts in weaving, are making different types of baskets, winnows, and the brooms. Is the Kuruma type of people. They are also one of the tribal group in Nilgiri Hills, Kurumbas. They are also live in the deep forest, and they are exchanging forest products with the other tribal communities such as honey, bees, beeswax, herbal plants, therapy, and baskets, winnows, and as well as the grain storage. Then Paniya tribes and the Katanayakas in Nilgiris, they are also living in the Gudalur Taluk. Then one more group, they are not tribal group, but they are also living in Nilgiri Hills. They are called Badaga community. They came from Mysore. Then this is the development of Nilgiri Hills and its impact on the inter-ethnic relations and the British intervention in their regions. They before British invention, they used to exchange their product with the other community. They had a barter system. After the invention of British people in Nilgiri Hills, they established tea plantation, coffee plantation. They developed roads, communication. After that, the inter-ethnic relationship was disturbed by the British people. Then changing in the land use. So after coming of Britishers in Nilgiri districts, the way of cultivation totally changed. They started cultivating potatoes, carrots, beans. They introduced different cash crops in the particular area. So in the year 1838, British introduced Okay, yes, sir. I will conclude it. Then in 1885, they introduced tea cultivation. Slowly, they started cultivating different product in the Nilgiri district. As a result, yes, everything was disturbed to the symbiotic relationship between the tribal community. So we are talking about the development. We are talking about the welfare of the tribal people. Before we are going for any plan, yes, we have to consult the tribal people. Yes, what type of development they needed. Yes, but we are not consulting the people, and we are disturbing the culture as well as their traditions. So in future, yes, we have to give importance to the traditions and the culture of the tribal people. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kamala Devi madam.
Okay, thank you,
the next presenter is available.
Sir, मैं मित्तल कापड़िया, I am मित्तल कापड़िया. Sir, if you don't mind, मैं present कर सकती हूँ?
Kapadia, please
because I'm
continue.
in traveling. Kapadia Mittal.
Mittal madam, please continue.
Thank you so much, sir.
On your video, your
Hanji
face
sir, बिल्कुल.
should be visualized in front of the
sir,
YouTube.
Sir, 1 second. Hanji sir.
Are you
Okay,
with
sir.
your PPT or oral?
Yeah, sir. Oral sir chalega because I'm in traveling, sir, and it's a stay time. So that's why I'm. If you don't mind, may I orally?
Please continue oral.
Thank you so much, sir. I am Kapadia Mittal Prabhudas, PhD student of Psychology Department, Gujarat University, Ahmedabad. My research guide is Dr. Shraddha B. Rai, HOD at SWATS College, Ahmedabad. My research topic is implementation of National Education Policy 2020, opportunities and challenges. I have a three. I select three main objectives for my research paper, sir. First one, know the meaning of education and education policy. Second one is know the education structure under the education policy. And third one is to evaluate the opportunities and challenges of the education policy development. And methodology is the descriptive method has been used in the present research study, as well as data collection obtained by secondary data. I have analyzed the following 23 opportunities, sir. Sorry, sir, I am also ill, but I explained my research paper. First one is the development of a new education curriculum. A structure for the primary level will be provide quality educations from the grassroots level. Second is the accepting the system of 5+3+3+4 against 10+2 in school education. Third one is the new national education policy will provide vocational education to student covering school and higher education as well as vocational education like agriculture, law, medicines, technology, etc. Fourth one is the no children from 3 to 18 years will be uneducated in RTE Act 2009 in National Education Policy. Fifth one, by introducing subject like law, music, sports, yoga, etc. in syllabus, the student will be increase the achievement, success, motivations, and creativity in various fields beside textbooks knowledge. Sixth one, needable life skills, abilities will develop in children's graduate students will have many options for admission studies. Seventh one, student get information about Indian culture in knowledge and understanding the Indian knowledge system in new education policy. 8. At present, due the rigid policy system of various boards and universities in educations, many problems arise to studies. The formation of the National Education Commission in NEP, new NEP, will remove the rigid policy system. Students will be therefore the increased by the students centered curriculum and system. Ninth one, implementation of a new education policy will the more impacts to government school and private school has the fees like the private school will be banned. 10. Emphasis on world class research and studies will high quality in higher education institutes under national education policy will open new dimension for a new research and higher educations. 11. As a new education policy 2020 in designed by Indians keeping in mind their traditional cultures, language, understanding of diversity, sorry, sir. Sorry, I repeat once again. Ninth one, implementation of new education policy will given more importance of government school than private schools and HAPAS fees like in private schools will be banned. 10th one, emphasize the world
Your
task.
time is over. Directly jump on conclusion.
Okay, sir.
Sir, I am ready for it. Hello.
Please wait. Please wait.
1 second, sir. Sir, conclusion. We said that about National Education Policy to 2020, after seeing opportunities and challenges, will made with two major questions in my mind. First one, does the education system encourage the younger generation to live a creative, inclusive, and dedicated life? Second one, does the education system help to youth to build the capable society in the country? When both the question, PM Narendra Modi expressed satisfaction that the national education policy has considered these two compelling issues and has given addictive considerations to them. New education policy emphasizes thinking power. New education policy 2020 is also a reflection of Guru Rabindranath Tagore thoughts on education, the purpose of which is the established harmony among all the living beings that coexist with our lives. Thus, the new education policy 2020 will bring my major reforms in the field of education in India and open up various education dimension for the development of students. Thank you for listening me, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. The next presenter is Vipul Gohil.
Excuse me, sir.
Okay, sir.
Vipul Gohil, please continue.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, can I present after him?
After the Vipul Gohil, you can.
Okay, sir.
Before starting off your lecture, you have to introduce yourself, your topic, your registration number, your PhD, university, your subject. That means it will come to know automatically in Viva voice. There is no any, will we ask any question. Please
Okay,
continue.
sir. Okay, sir. My name is Vipul Gohil, PhD student of Economics Department, School of Social Science, Gujarat University, Ahmedabad. My research guide is respected Dr. Sanjay R. Pardesi, sir, Gujarat University, Ahmedabad. My topic is COVID-19 impact on GST revenue in the state of Gujarat. There are 5 objectives of my research study. First is to get general information about COVID-19. Second, to get general information about GST in India. Third, to get information about meaning of GST and its calculation method. Fourth, to get information about type of GST. And last, to analyze the effect of COVID-19 on GST revenue of Gujarat state. Then meaning and calculation of GST. Next, type of GST. See, first is CGST, Central Goods and Service Tax. SGST, State Goods and Service Tax. And third, IGST, Integrated Goods and Service Tax. And last, research findings. Demand was reduced due to lockdown in April and May of 2019-20 and 2020-21 following the COVID-19 epidemic. Therefore, accurate figure on GST revenue could not be obtained. Second, while in June, July, and August due to COVID-19 GST revenue seems in decreasing from while comparing it with 2019-20 data, variable was reduced. 12.32% was the biggest reduction in the month of July 2020-21 in GST revenue. The GST revenue, which was rupees 6,411 crore in 2019-20, was reduced to rupees 5,621 crore. The second wave of COVID-19 in January 2020-21 did not yield accurate data on GST revenue. And last, the total GST revenue for the year 2019-20 was 65,441 crore, which was reduced to rupees 62,006.27 crore for the year of 2020-21. Thus, the total revenue of GST was reduced by 5.24%. Thank you very much for giving me a chance.
Who's the next? Remove your PPT.
Okay, sir.
So can I present now?
Priya Tiwari, please continue.
Yes, sir.
Oral or PPT?
So with PPT.
Please continue. Okay.
So is my PPT visible?
Yeah, please continue.
Okay, good afternoon to one and all present here. My name is Priya Tiwari, a final year student of Masters of Library and Information Science, Banaras Hindu University. And today I am here to present a conceptual analysis on the topic digital preservation in the present era. So before we move on, we would like to know what exactly digital preservation is. So digital preservation can be described as using digital technology to preserve the information content. It refers to the series of well-managed activities necessary to ensure continued and perpetual access to digital materials as long as it is required for reference. And according to Lawrence et al., preservation must facilitate future users to retrieve, access, decipher, view, interpret, understand, appreciate, and experience informational entities, for example, documents, maps, or data, in meaningful and valid ways. So basically, it is a set of techniques to ensure long-term storage, preservation, and access to digital information. Now, what are the needs of digital preservation? So we know that from the beginning, people used paper as a means for storing information, but due to the changing technological innovations, we shifted to the digital material. And so as the digital material can use a variety of formats, so we need to preserve those digital material that are found in the libraries. So libraries should have a clear understanding for its purpose for digitizing and preserving digital material. The fundamental needs for digital preservation include the exponential growth in digital information available in libraries, the increased complexity of the digital objects, their dependency on the software and the hardware required to read and use them, the rapid flux of technology, then the widely accepted standards that the various digital objects find themselves in, and the need to ensure usability, durability, and intellectual integrity to our users, and the rapid changes and obsolescence of the storage media. So what exactly are we trying to preserve, and what are the various issues related to that? So the first one is preserving the genuineness or the authenticity of the document. The genuineness of documents is preserved because the content of the document cannot be changed discreetly, and it is a problematic task to duplicate the whole printed document. Next is preserving the context. Naturally, we have to preserve the context or the hardware and the software dependencies of the various digital objects and the format in which they are being distributed, preserving the functionality, which is, as we know, unlike the print media, the digital objects are found in a variety of formats. So we have to preserve all those formats in order to provide it to our users, preserving the reference, since a single digital object may have various copies, and so we have to redirect our users to the original as well as to the various editions of that particular object as may be desired by them. Preserving the content, which is the most important thing, because content preservation of digital documents shows upholding the ability to access the content at its simplest level, etc. Now, the digital preservation strategies could be classified into three categories depending on the technology and the access period. We have the short-term preservation, which is provision of access to digital materials for a predefined short period of time. Examples include bitstream copying, refreshing, replication, etc. The medium-term preservation, which is the provision of continued access to digital materials beyond changes in technology for a defined period of time, but not indefinitely. And the long-term preservation, which is the continued access to digital materials indefinitely without considering the technological obsolescence, the examples including migration, emulation, canonicalization, etc. Now, what are the challenges of digital preservation? Preservation programs require significant upfront investment to create, along with ongoing costs for data ingest, data storage, staffing, etc. Graham grouped problems and challenges of digital preservation into 3 categories, such as the longevity of the physical storage media, for how long it will be available, the technology related issues, including the technological obsolescence, hardware and software dependencies, and the different formats, and the last, intellectual preservation issues, mainly the intellectual property rights issues. Now, the role of librarians in the preservation of digital objects. Because of the electronic resources librarians' connections to publishers and distributors of electronic resources, they are the natural spokespersons in the library community for the implementation of good standards and practices. So the librarians, they play a crucial role to understand the effect of a license, to envision and promote manageable licensing standards, to guide collection managers towards more favorable licenses or purchase options, and to broker a balance between the needs of the collection and the users as expressed by the collection development personnel. So we can see the enormous role that is played by the librarians in preserving those digital objects and providing it to our users as and when required. To conclude, I would like to say that preservation of digital documents becomes an imperative because of the obsolescence of hardware and software and standard file formats. Librarians and archivists need to study thoroughly various issues and concerns for digital preservation, for their long-term preservation, because more of the collection is shifting towards the digital collection. These are the references. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Is this available, Shipra Pandey?
Dr. Chanakya, sir.
Shipra Pandey is available. Dr. Channa Keoda.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Available.
Please continue.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
PPT, please remove PPT.
Yes, sir. 1 minute.
Dr. Chanakya Gowda.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am available, sir. Yeah.
Do you continue with your PPT or oral presentation?
Actually, PPT is there, but that madam is not remove the PPT. That's what I am not able to share in this, sir. That is the problem.
Madam, please remove your PPT.
Sir, 1 second. So, the computer is hanged.
Okay, Dr. Channa Gowda, please
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
upload
Yes,
your
sir.
PPT.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good morning to one and all. Myself, Dr. Chanakya Gowda, librarian, Government Law College, Ramnagara. My research topic is need for the change in the library management system in ICT environment and overview. Introduction. A revolutionary introduction. The origin of ICT, information and communication technology, has changed the performance of service pattern of every institution and organizations. Library is not excluded from it. Impact of ICT has transferred the traditional library into automated library. Digital library and virtual library are also the gift of ICT. Many libraries have been serving hybrid libraries, coexistence of digital library and automated library, and a manually operated traditional library. In automated library, in automated hybrid library, the collection of printed documents and arranging the particular orders, shelving of many technical steps, it is time to consume. It is time consuming as well as the space consuming. If we use the ICT very effectively in the library operation, we can resolve this problem. Library activities. Hybrid. The first one is the hybrid library. The hybrid libraries are mixtures of traditional print material such as books and magazines, as well as the electronic based material such as downloadable audio books, electronic journals, e-books, etc. Hybrid libraries are the new norms in most public and academic libraries. Library housekeeping activities. Second one. Library housekeeping activities have played a very vital role in acquiring, preserving, and maintaining the library document in order to make it available for user community at right time at the right place. The major activities are acquisition, accessioning, classification, cataloging, shelving, and circulation, serial control, and stock verification. Third one is The information and communication technology facilities in library operations and services. The development and availability of information and communication technology, that is ICT, in the libraries have today not only the increased and broadened the impact of information sources at their doorsteps, but have also placed more emphasis on effective and efficient service their applications in library, commonly known as library automation, have indeed continued to ease and promote quick and timely access to the transfer of information resources. In this way, ICT gives a more contribution to library services and development all the across the globe in the 21st century. The next one is a classification of documents. Library classification system is arrangement adopted by the library, enable veteran to find its material quickly and easily, while cataloging provides information on the physical and topical nature of the books or other item. Classification through assignment of the call number, consisting of class designation and author presentation. Locals items in its library setting of ideally in the term of knowledge, arranging similar things to some other according to some principles, unites and controls the information from various sources. Cataloging. A catalog card is a physical listing of all the contents of library organized with a single for each item in a library. It was a familiar navigational hazard and blessing in all libraries as well through the 20th century, when physical catalog begins to displaced by computerized various. Some libraries have kept them often and sensational mentors, and a few activities maintained their listening through this is most common in small remote libraries. Open access catalog, that is called OPAC. And OPAC, online open access catalog, is the online bibliography of a library collection that is available on the public. OPAC developed as a standalone online catalog. With the arrival of the internet, most libraries have made their OPAC accessible from server to user all over the world. In OPAC, many fields are available, such as the document location and availability. User can access the document by title, author and publisher, keyword of the title, edition and place of the publication, subject and date of publication. Findings. That is catalog. In catalog system, while searching the document, user cannot get the document physical address like a rack number and row number. Since the library is always growing, a cataloger cannot assign the physical number. He can assign the call number. By call number, only user can access the document. All the users not familiar with call number while searching, they get confused. So each and every time they depends on the library staff. This is the time consuming as well as the embarrassing to the user. The book shelving. In the library, books are preserving in a book racks and arranged on a basis of classification number. Classification number includes class number, book number, and collection number. Since the library is a growing organism, we cannot fill the book on the shelves fully for future additions. We can leave some space on each and every shelf. Usually 60% of the space is filled and remaining 40% of the space kept on future edition. This practice results space consumption and the waste of space. By this practice, in 4 compartment rack, width the feet 12 feet and height 7 feet, we can accommodate approximately 700 books, but the actually capacity of the books is 1,200. This results the waste of the money. So recommended solution, catalog system. While cataloging, the document cataloger should incorporate the content field so that queries should happen in content field also. Along with this, you can mention the permanent rack and row number for each document, and it will not be changed often and often. This helps the user to assess the right document at right time at right place. This practice satisfies the Ranganathan's 4th law of library science. The second one is the classification. The traditional system of classification is no longer useful in the library management in information communication environment. The traditional system of classification was useful only when traditional system of maintaining library books with card catalog was used. If we use ICT in library management system, we can run the library without traditional system classification by very effectively. The book shelving. Arrange the document only on the basis of accession number without leaving this place for future edition. Since the accession number is sequential in future document, we will not add the between every user can access the document by accession number without assisting the library staff. With the help of the opaque information, user can access the right information at right time. Practicing in this method saves the time of the user and space of the library. The conclusion, the hybrid library system, acquiring and maintain the physical documents is very complex. To make this complex into simple, ICT is only the solution. We can use ICT in library management system very effectively. We can reduce the many manual things in the library and can minimize the infrastructure as well as the maintenance cost. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity for the Honorable Conference Director and all the officials of the International Conference for giving me an opportunity. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. The next presenter. Hello.
So myself, Rishika, can I go ahead, sir?
Rishika, are you orally or PPT?
No, sir, PPT is there.
Please continue. Video is on.
Yes.
Visible. Please continue.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon to everyone. Myself, Rishika D. I am Assistant Professor in Commerce from KLE's College, Haveri, Karnataka. The topic that I've chosen for today is a study on the adoption of mobile learning system among students, which is a case study of Haveri district. And this is the general abstract that I've taken from the paper. Now going ahead with the introduction. Transformation in Indian education system. That is one of the main dream of our Prime Minister Modi is to introduce digitalization in every aspect of technology, especially in education system. And this has made each of a teacher and a student to adopt technology right from the inception of this COVID. So the pandemic and the lockdown has made every one of us to know the technology and to at least install the basic online class apps, be it Google Classroom, Zoom, or a Teachment app, and to get along with the technology to some extent. So mobile learning is many students have enrolled for a private online coaching classes, be it Byju's or the UN Academy. Apart from that, how well the students are going with the technology, that is, are they really able to benefit from the mobile learning is the concept of this M-learning. So internet penetration rate is estimated to reach above 55% by the end of 2025 in India. So as per a survey conducted, the internet usage that is being done in our country is going to reach above 55% by 25. So which means each one of us do use smartphone and there is internet in each of our smartphone. So through mobile learning, students are enabled to understand the concepts more clearly because they can anytime pause the video, get on with the assignments, or even they can access more additional materials if they require. So, but the problem is when we talk about rural part of our economy, the rural part of our country, here the students lack major resources. First thing is they lack smartphones and there is no proper network connectivity at their residence, which refrains them from using mobile learning. And the present study focuses on how far is the adaptability of M-learning among BCom students of GH College, Haveri. And to analyze this, I have used a model which was called Unified Theory of Acceptance and Use of Technology, developed by Mngt and others in the year 2003. And this model basically has questions and that divides the question under various parameters like performance expectancy, effort expectancy, social influence, facilitating condition, and behavioral intention. So the objectives of my study: to study the level of acceptance of students at the Haveri district in terms of M-learning, to understand the degree of responses received towards M-learning under different parameters, to analyze the correlation between the performance expectancy and facilitating condition, which are the indicators of this UTA model. The statement of the problem, as I've already told, at a rural part of our economy, there is lack of resources. So being this, how far the students are able to utilize the opportunity and get benefited out of M-learning is what is the research gap that have been analyzed here. Coming to research methodology,
Now here the complete data is from the primary collection, where a structured questionnaire was prepared containing 20 questions taken directly from the model and was circulated through Google Form to a sample size of 164 students, BCom students, and a simple random sampling technique was applied in collecting these sample. After the collection, various statistical measures or the tools have been used like Z-test, range, and correlation. So moving ahead with the data analysis and findings, first is the Z-test. Since the number of sample were more than 30, I have applied Z-test here. So the null hypothesis states whether there is any difference between view of male and female in the behavioral pattern, and the alternate hypothesis says there is a difference between the views of male and female in the behavioral pattern. So after the conduction of the Z-test, the interpretation says since the calculated value is 1.24, which lies between the critical limit of minus 1.96 to plus 1.96, and the alpha and the p value is 0.2159, which is greater than the alpha of 0.05. Hence the null hypothesis is accepted, which says that there is no significant difference between the views of male and female in the behavioral pattern. This is a first test. Then the second test is the analysis of data which was collected using Likert scale. So Likert scale ranging from strongly agree to strongly disagree. With this scale, the data was collected from the respondents, and the collected data have been projected here in the table form. So these are the 20 questions which were asked to the students, and these PE represents performance expectancy, EE is effort expectancy, SI is a social influence, and then FC is facilitating condition, and BI is a behavioral intention. So depending on these parameters, the responses were collected and the range have been calculated for every response, and then this has been concluded. So the interpretation says most of the students are at the range of agree, neither disagree nor agree, which means that they are not ready to strongly believe that mobile learning would be able to get them concepts more clearly, maybe because of the resources which they lack at their region. Carl Pearson's correlation test, this was conducted to know the relationship between performance expectancy and facilitating condition, and the result says that the R value is negative 0.63, and since that R value lies between +1 and -1, which are the critical limits for Carl Pearson test, the null hypothesis is accepted. So there is no significant relationship between performance expectancy and facilitating condition, which means that these two indicators are completely different in the UAT model which was developed by Mngt. So to conclude my study, I would say that to adopt to the technology, whether it is mobile learning or internet learning, the foremost requirement is a good availability of network. And if this is not good at our place, even though we have interest for it, we will not be able to adopt M-learning. So here in this study of 164 respondents, 75% of the respondents feel that they have good network connectivity at their place, but 20% feel that there have a rarely fluctuation of network. So they have on and off of their network connectivity, and 4.3% say that completely there is no network availability at their residence. So which is a major lack for the mobile learning. Okay, so thank you. This was a data which I wanted to show you today. So with this, I conclude my speech. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you.
Kishore sir, there is a student of mine who is now ready with the presentation. Can she go ahead, sir?
Is this in our list?
No, sir. Actually, it was missed out from the list. I had texted you in the morning also.
As per the list, we have to go now because of it will be partiality to another participant.
Okay. When will her slot be?
As per the ending.
Okay, sir. Okay, I'll wait.
It will be partiality. Therefore, I would not like to do the partiality.
Yes, sir. Yes, sure. Sir.
Shipra Pathak. Shipra Pathak.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please continue. Please
yes,
continue.
Sir. Yes, sir. I'm Shipra Pathak from Bhabha University, Bhopal. My research guide.
Open your video, your PPT.
Oh, okay, sir. Okay. Start. Oh, sir, just a minute, sir. Please give me some time, sir, please. So my presentation is. So my topic is a critical analysis of Rohinton Mysteries novel.
Yes, visible. Please continue.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. So my title, Diasporic Post-Colonial. Introduction is, sir, Rohinton Mistry is an Indian-born Canadian writer. He got many prizes, like international prizes for literature in 2012, and his first 3 novels were shortlisted for the Booker Prize. And his theme of novels, family life, poverty, and the corrupting influences of society. Sir, Rohinton Mistry is a writer of diasporic, has craved a niche for himself. His works as such a long journey, 1991, a fine balance, 1995, and Family Matters, tells from Family Matters 2002, tells from Firozshabad 1987 to 1989. Diasporic. So diasporic means migrated. It's like Rohinton Mysteries. He born in India, and after some times he went to Canada, and he got a nationality from Canada. It means migrated. Post-colonial. The awarded-winning novelist Rohinton Mysteries is recognized as one of the most important contemporary writers of post-colonial literature. His substyles add powerful narratives, encourage general readers, critical acclaims, and from staples element literature courses across the world. Relation and fifth is relation between diasporic and post-colonial. Rohinton Mystery, as a post-colonial diasporic writer, has liberated Indian English of the European empires and their relations to the rest of the world. It also aims at developing the national identity in the wake of colonial rules. Rohinton Mysteries, as a post-colonial diasporic writer, has liberated Indian. And next is, in conclusion, and in the end, it's all a question of balance. Sir, it's sufficient, sir. Hello.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Who's want to present the PPT?
Hello, sir. Voice is not clear, sir. Please, could you please repeat the sentence, sir?
Kindly remove your PPT.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Who want to present the PPT? Please continue.
Hello.
Okay, Hosamani, please continue.
Yes. Shall I continue, sir? Thank you, sir.
Please continue. Hosamani.
Thank you, sir. 1 minute. So earlier participant has not removed her PPT, sir. Hello.
Please wait.
Okay.
Please upload your PPT.
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you. 1 minute, sir. One minute. Is it audible, sir?
Yes, yes, it is visible. Please continue.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself is Dr. S.M. Mosamani, librarian from Shri Guru College of Commerce in Mumbai. My topic of the research paper is relevance of online resources for library users during COVID-19 pandemic period, a study. This article attempts to describe the relevance and importance of online information resources during the emerged unimaginable and challenging situation due to the emergence of COVID-19 pandemic situation. So this situation enforces government to lock down all the higher educational institutions for indefinite period. So in this time, all the libraries were closed for users indefinitely. So the statement of the problem of the research paper is relevance of online information resources during COVID-19 pandemic period study. So objectives of the paper is to know the role of online resources played during COVID-19 pandemic situation, to find out the reasons for importance of online resources during the period, to make an effort in analyzing the review of literature published, to draw the findings, suggestions, and conclusions based upon the study. The purpose of the research, basic aim of this research paper is to know the role played by online resources during the COVID-19 pandemic situation for the library users in retrieving the required information. So type of research methodology adopted here is in adherence to the requirements of the objectives of the research study.
Please on your video.
So sorry. Okay. So accidentally it was closed, sir. Sorry. This research design is adopted to have greater accuracy and depth analysis of research study. So hence this present research study has got its own limitations. So the challenges of online resources uses for users are the unplanned and rapid move to use online resources with no proper training, insufficient internet bandwidth, improper accessibility to electricity in some areas of the country, little preparation, poor economic condition of the library users, without reliable internet access in using online sources. For effective use of online resources, one should have proper training is required, requirement of precise research, searching skills, proper advisory to users to search what type of information there from which source they have to choose it. So proper internet connectivity should be proper electricity supply. So the tools used for gathering this information is available information from secondary sources, from journal articles and from the internet are used herewith. So there are so many researchers I have done work in this field. So finding of the study is COVID-19 situation shuts down physical functioning of the libraries. So online resources played a pivotal role in this situation in finding the required information for the library users. So suggestions. So a few important suggestions have been noted down in this discussion. So libraries should also have more number of subscribed online resources. There should be periodical conduct of e-competence courses for its users. Properly structured information literacy skills will play a helpful role for users in retrieving the required information. At the end, concluding, it is evident from the research study that the role played by online resources during the COVID-19 pandemic time is paramount one. Once again, I would like to thank Kishore Waghmare sir and Sinhgad College for providing this opportunity to present this paper at this international conference. Once again, I would like to thank everyone, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Who would like to continue PPT presentation? Participants who want
Sir,
to.
can I call my student now, sir?
I think so. Okay, please continue with your students.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Pooja Mngt. I am studying in BCom second year in Gudleppahalli Kiri College, Haveri district. Now we study a study of on addiction towards online shopping using a Burgeon shopping addiction scale. First one, let us see that topic. You already know the online shopping is a very useful for the current situation, and also the technology plays a very vital role in every human being's life. In a post-pandemic situation, it is a very useful to the people. Online shopping takes a less time consuming and a wide options delivered at the doorstep. The present paper aims to analyze the online shopping addiction of consumers from a different demographical region using a Burgeon shopping addiction scale, BSAS. The finding of the paper depict a favorable association between the responses and the parameters of the scale by using the Z-test and the chi-square test proves that there is a relationship between the parameters of the scale. Next one is what are the objectives of the study? First one, to study the relationship between the silence and conflict parameters of a Burgeon shopping addiction scale, and also to know the trend with the increase of age. Increase of age means it increase of online shoppers. And next one is in the pandemic situation has changed consumers behaviors forever, and online shopping and show is shift to digital and a growing trend for shopping. Next slide, statement of the problem. A concept which was started to make things convenient is now turning to be an addiction. The present study aims to find the extent of online shopping addiction among consumers with the help and addiction scale. Research methodology. The present study was conducted by collecting a primary data. It includes a questionnaire method. It consists of 28 statements and also the 28 statement, and also it in a Google form for 56 respondents following a simple random sampling technique. By using this technique, survey that one. And next one is data analysis and interpretation. First one is a Z-test. First, we know what is the meaning of a Z-test. Z-test is a statistical test to determine whether two population means are different when the variables are known and the sample size is large. In that situation, we use the Z-test. HO means it is a null hypothesis. There is no significant relationship between the silence and conflict indicators. Next one is the alternative hypothesis, H1. There is a significant relationship between the silence and conflict indicators. Next one is interpretation. By using the y equal to a plus bx, by using this formula, we get an answer or a result is y equal to 3.32 minus 0.03x. Interpretation is if age is increased by 1 year, the possibility of shopping reduced by 0.03 units. Next test, that is a chi-square test of association. First, we learn what is the meaning of a chi-square test, denoting a statistical method assessing the goodness of fit between the observed value and those expected theoretically. And means H1 null hypothesis responses chosen is not associated with the parameters of a Burgeon shopping addiction scale. In a alternative hypothesis, H1 responses chosen is associated with parameters of Burgeon shopping addiction scale. In a interpretation, since the chi square value is greater than the table value and also the p value is lesser than the alpha 0.05, null hypothesis is rejected. Hence, there is an association between the parameters of virgin shopping addiction skill and responses chosen. Last one is the suggestions. In online shopping, consumer must understand what are the causes of the online shopping and go through that one, go through the conditions and mentally and try to reduce the amount spent. And if you are buying any gift cards like that, read the terms and conditions of the companies and use a reliable internet connection like that. Lastly, I conclude my presentation. Online shopping is a very important role in economic development and also the growth of the e-commerce. Style is a very person. It has nothing to do with the fashion. Fashion is over quickly. Style is forever. Saying that line, conclude my presentation. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you. What is your good name?
Pooja MK.
Pooja, you have a very good try. You are a student, but your presentation is like a professor. You will go ahead. Your education will be help you to increase your career. Thank you for presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Who want to present the PPT? Dear participants, who want to present?
Sir, am I audible?
What is the name?
Punde Sunita from Maharashtra.
Sunita Shivaji Punde. Okay.
Yes, yes, sir.
On your video.
Okay.
Upload your
Just
PPT.
a second, sir. Just a second, sir.
Shreya,
Now my video is on, sir.
Shreya, please mute your mic.
Okay.
Okay, please continue. Your video should be on.
Just a second, sir. Sir, right now I'm on mobile. That's why I'm not able to
Are you continuing with
present my
orally or PPT?
PPT, sir. With PPT, I want to present myself.
Upload your PPT.
Just a second, sir.
Sunita Punde, madam, we do not have the.
Just a second, sir.
Please do fast.
Okay, sir.
Do you having some next participants after the Sunita phone PPT?
Sir, there are some technical issues. Okay.
You can just orally present your paper.
Okay, sir.
Channa K. Gowda, please mute yourself.
Okay, am I audible, sir?
Please continue.
Hello. Okay, sir.
Madam, you already taken the 2 minutes. Sunita Shivaji Poon. Participants, do you want the present paper? Another participation? Another participants want the present the PPT. Hello, dear participants, are you there? Dear participants, do you want the present the PPT? Dear participants, do you want the present the PPT?
Yes, sir. My name is Venkatesh, Dr. Venkatesh, Chennai.
Venkatesan?
Yes, Dr. M. Venkatesan, Chennai.
Okay, you continue. Please continue your PPT.
PPT presentation.
Do you want to do oral presentation?
One second, 1 second. Good afternoon, all of you. My topic is digital India, digital marketing. Digital marketing in recent trend of digital marketing in the recent trend of different networking facility connected with the dynamic future of marketing sources. My paper in a content of keyword for internet marketing, marketing trend, digital marketing, and also Facebook, social media, etc. in the transaction of different changes in the world. The role of marketing is a change of dynamic for a various material, energetic, and storage of economic resources of remove the unemployment and the different companies approaches of new world of market. For the rational study of digital marketing, the most interesting in the result of technical explain for easy access to consumer is the distribute for the market and the marketing practice. Customer today is a empowerment customs on the content of in online media content of communication process. The power of the traditional marketing tools and communication is the customer has the little trust of the corporate messages for a broad in the technical activities of practice of marketing for increasing force the changes in the world. The behavior of marketing for a customer is losing for a more critical way in a smart way of method of technology used, well information, and every new knowledge of skill adopted by the new customer of marketing. The environmental of marketing for a changing the world of continuous technology development in present marketing of new challenging and opportunities for mobile marketing, internet of thinkings, analytical, big data, 3D printing, uh, updated of consumer marketing of most interesting challenge of dynamic rapid development of digital technology and social media. In the statisticals of problems of technology in marketing for here, every organization power of smartphones in combined the social media to content explain the various menu of topic for new creativity of apps. In the objectives of study is the main objectives of internet marketing used to today world for success the business. Second one is in the main objectives of analytical tools of difference between traditional and digital marketing of activities. Third one is the objectives of study for the evaluation of most performance and internet marketing approaches. The methodology used to the digital marketing for designing and allocation of investigator to basic look of around the phenomenon in the development of suggestions, identification of ideas. It should be review and critical of collective on all India basis in the secondary data for data information as to preparing this the paper of sources of research scholars, public ebook, articles, and different journals. It is used to the process of methodology for a company related to the data information used to available of publication of website in the companies in a method of different critical view of literature in the study of methodology. Discussion of the study is used to internet marketing, internet and mobile usage marketing, and also different trend and technology of internet marketing, such as engineering activities of social media marketing of mobile networking and virtual marketing, then used to email marketing, and also good approaches to greater engagement of clear information to the product and the service in updated by the advantage of digital marketing bring for your customers in easy to access for your 24/7 shopping for the approaches of prices. It is purchase of any product. It is the digital marketing is a given view change to the share of content of the product or service. The digital media one can easily transfer and get information about the characteristics of production or service to others. It is apparent pricing to the company show the price for through the digital marketing, easily price verification clearance and transparency for the customers of activities. It is the digital marketing activities of sources. Finally, conclusion of statement were we experience a radical changes in India towards the digitalized. The customer are looking to such as internet in finding the best detail of the seller around the India in compared traditional or conventional method of activities. In the market of research is steady, acknowledged the business can really benefit from digital marketing such as engine operated, such as engine marketing, such as content marketing, influenced marketing, content of automations, e-commerce marketing, companies marketing, and social media marketing, and social media operations, and digital marketing is display of advertising, e-books, operational discussion, and become the more and common use of advantage of technology in digital marketing is cost of effective and having a great commercial impact of the business. That is digital marketing of activities of critical review of my part. Thank you for all.
Thank you, sir. Another participant want to present the PPT? Respected participants, do you want present the PPT? Saket Khan, sir?
Yes, sir.
Should I wind up?
Yes, sir. I'll give the vote of thanks if you permit me, sir.
Please continue, sir.
Dear dignitaries, ladies, gentlemen, very good afternoon to all. I know it's a restless time, but it gives me an immense pleasure to deliver the vote of thanks for this event to all the dignitaries assembled here. I would like to thank all the chief guests who honored this function with the inspirational thoughts. I would also like to thank a beloved principal, Ritika Hemdev ma'am. I would take this opportunity to thank my core team, Samita ma'am, Shivani ma'am, Faria ma'am, Khushbu ma'am, everybody, to making this event a great success. And how can I forget Waghmare brothers for bearing with me all these while and helping me in all the all the upcomings and the loopholes filling up. Thank you so much, Kishore sir, for bearing with me. I would last but not the least, I would like to thank all the audience for making this function a great success. Once again, I thank once and all present over here. Thank you so much, Kishore sir, for making this event a great success for us.
It is our golden opportunity to got from the Sinhgad College to do the marketing as well as to conducting the one-day international conference event. And it is a good success. I would like to thank and stop here the conference. Thank you all participants, and again I know very well you will get the take a participation in the next conference also. Thank you, Saket Khan sir. Thank you for all the teaching, non-teaching faculty of Sinhgad College, Chandivali, Mumbai. Thank you, sir. I am stopping here the conference. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.